Thank you, delegates, for taking your seats. We would now like to commence our session of the day. I would like to invite all of us to kindly take our seats. We have now begun the official session of the Africa Construction Law Conference. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Come on, I think you can do better than that. You had some breakfast. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Great, that is great energy to hear, and I hope that the whole day we shall have this kind of energy throughout the day. Before we get into the main event, I would like to give a few housekeeping rules. If you have your phone with you, I would like to encourage you to either put it on flight mode or on silent mode so that as our respective speakers come up on stage, they're not interrupted. I would also like to invite you to keep the movements out of the room to a minimum so that we do not have a lot of distractions. Right behind you, in the unlikely event that we have an emergency, we have 3 points of exits, one to my left, another to my center, and the last one to my right. And ladies and gentlemen, should you need to use the facilities or the rooms of convenience, they are to my left, and you can go and get some assistance there. My name is Karana Bushiri, and I shall be your master of ceremony throughout this entire event. Once more, welcome to the Africa Construction Law Conference 2024. If you're seated next to somebody, why don't you tell them Jambo? If you're seated next to a Kenyan, Kenyans, why don't you tell our visitors Karibu Sana? Come on, I think you can tell them Karibu Sana. You are now in Nairobi, the city under the sun. I know it was a little bit gloomy in the morning, but I would like to assure you that we are the city under the sun and the jewel of East Africa, as I saw in someone's remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you following us online, welcome to the Africa Construction Law Conference 2024. Our theme this year is the great building resilience in Africa's construction sector. We are going to listen from great speakers. We are going to have amazing panelists, subject matter experts who are going to push this conversation forward. We have been talking about the African Renaissance for the better part of the last 2 decades. We have the Agenda 2063 that is being implemented by the African Union. We have matters dealing with the AfCFTA, Africa Free Trade Continental Trade Area, that has these issues of construction that we're looking into. Last year, we were privileged to host the Africa Climate Summit here in Nairobi. And some of these things that we're discussing in terms of sustainability shall be addressed by our various panelists and our various speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, what a delight it is to be with you this morning. All of you looking so good. And I hope for those following us online, you'll be leaving comments for us. Now, to start us off today, we are going to have some welcoming remarks from the founder of this great network. This gentleman is a partner at ALN Nigeria, Aluko and Oyebode, and the head of the firm's construction and infrastructure practice. He is a skilled litigator and an arbitration lawyer. and has significant experience advising on project development, construction, and engineering contracts. He has worked in sectors such as the oil and gas, power, general infrastructure, and the hospitality, multinationals, and other contractors. This gentleman has acted as counsel and arbitrator in international arbitration proceedings conducted in jurisdictions such as Nigeria, Italy, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, and the United States of America. He has also advised and represented clients enforcing and recognizing arbitral awards before Nigerian courts. Last but not least, he is a leading voice in arbitration and construction law within the region, sharing insights, best practice, and innovative solutions. He is the founder of the prestigious Africa Construction Law, a platform which fosters knowledge exchange, networking, and advancements in construction law. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for none other than Ngo Martins Okonma.
Good, mo- Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here, and I say thank you, everyone, for coming. It's good to see everyone here. Um, Someone said just a few minutes ago that we have engineers in the room, and I said yes. Of course, we have engineers in the room. Although it's called Africa Construction Law Conference, but it's not a lawyers' conference actually. It's a conference that have, experts, architects, engineers, lawyer, everyone who is invested in the construction sector. And that's what it's all about. Thank you very much, Nairobi, for hosting us today. Okay, at this point, my internet is not working anymore. Oh, you've been asking as well. Okay. The Vice President, International Federation of Consulting Engineers, FIDIC, President and Chairman of professional organizations, our distinguished guests from all over the world, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Board of Directors of the Africa Construction Law, I warmly welcome you all to the 2024 edition of the Africa Construction Law Conference here in Nairobi, which we fondly call the Jewel of East Africa. It's an honor to have you with us today as we gather to address the ways to navigate some of the challenges faced by stakeholders in Africa's construction sector. Well, before providing you with an overview of this year's conference, allow me briefly to introduce the host and organizer of this conference, which is the Africa Construction Law. I would like to say a few words about this organization. The ACL is a pan-African initiative set up by construction law practitioners across Africa and in the diaspora to promote the development and dissemination of construction law knowledge and best practice in Africa, as well as to foster collaboration and networking among construction law professionals and stakeholders across the continent and beyond. ACL was conceived due to the steady rise of infrastructure projects in Africa, driven by the increase in direct foreign investment on the continent and the prioritization of the development of infrastructure projects on the continent by the African government. In a bid to achieve regional integration triggered by the commencement of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and of course, the incoming demand for expertise on the continent. As you very well know, a lot of projects happen on the continent, but how many experts on the continent actually do those work? When you look at the ICC statistics today, I think the figures are clear. It tells you that a significant amount of the work we see on the continent is either energy projects or construction projects. It's all, I mean, they rank either one or two year by year. But when you then begin to look at those who have actually been involved in this dispute on this project, you find very few Africans on this project. And that's what ACL is really all about. Many a times they say, well, we do not know those who do good work on the continent. We do not know those who have talent on the continent. Sometimes it's even said, which I find very ridiculous, that there's no expertise on the continent itself. And that's really what ACL is all about, to bring together experts, talents on the African continent to be able to create our own narrative. Since its inaugural launch in April 2021, ACL has amassed over 1,000 members. ACL has an advisory board made up of experienced and distinguished professionals in the field of construction law. ACL is managed by a global steering committee made up of construction law practitioners and other professionals working in leading law firms and consultancies in Africa, London, United Arab Emirates, and so on. As of today, ACL has country representatives in 20+ African countries, including key African jurisdictions such as Nigeria, Nairobi, South Africa, and Egypt, and Morocco, to mention but a few. Being the only organization of its kind in all of Africa, the ACL has an incredible pool of skilled, renowned African lawyers and consultants from the top law firms and consultancies with extensive local jurisdictional knowledge to ably steer and guide foreign investors and other international lawyers in construction law matters and projects relating to their individual jurisdiction, some of these being members of the ACL Global Steering Committee. In furtherance of its purpose, the ACL hosts annual conferences, gathering practitioners and stakeholders in the infrastructure space across the African continent to network and discuss trends, challenges, and issues relating to the construction sector in Africa. This year's conference is themed Building Resilience in Africa's Construction Sector. Notwithstanding the growth projected in Africa's construction sector over the next few years, the sector continues to be affected by several challenges and issues. These include regulatory barriers or uncertainty, the need for sustainable infrastructure development in the wake of the global climate change crisis, challenges in financing projects, the slow uptake of technology, and many more. To overcome these challenges, we must continue to seek out ways to prioritize resilience and sustainability in the strategies and policies adopted by stakeholders in furtherance of projects in the African construction sector. Over the course of the next 2 days, the conference will feature panel sessions covering current trends and developments in construction law and infrastructure challenges faced across English-speaking, Francophone, and Lusophone African jurisdiction. So day one, which is today, will feature a keynote address delivered by Engineer James Wangi, the Distinguished Vice President of the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, FIDIC, and the CEO of Current Technologies Limited, Nairobi, Kenya. This will be followed by 3 panel sessions. The first session will explore the opportunities and challenges for infrastructure development and financing in Africa's construction sector. The next session will address the types of disputes and risk arising in African construction projects and interrogate the ways they can be resolved or mitigated. The third session will discuss the current trends and challenges and opportunities for construction law in the contracting and procurement process for Africa-based construction projects. Following the panel sessions, there will be a closing remark, and of course, there will be a networking session. after which we're going to have the gala dinner later tonight, where, of course, would recognize the achievement and contribution of some of the outstanding and technically gifted individuals in the field of construction law. And of course, we hope that we would have all of you with us this evening for the gala night. Tomorrow, which is the second day of the conference, we're going to have 4 panel sessions, beginning with a panel that will discuss, which will address the legal and regulatory framework for green and low carbon construction in Africa. Next, we'll interrogate the main drivers and barriers for innovation and digitization in Africa's construction sector, which is, of course, a very big issue. And of course, the next session, which is panel 7, we discuss practical issues relating to construction arbitration and enforcement claims in the continent. Following the panel session is an Oxford-style debate on whether liquidated damages clauses are a fair and efficient way of allocating risk in construction contracts. I take this opportunity to thank my firm, ALN Nigeria and Alukan Oyebode, and my partners, including Mrs. Ogogo Makinde, who, of course, is here with us. I thank my firm for the support and encouragement and all the support they've given me all through my career. I would also like to thank our sponsors for this year. Specifically, I would like to thank HK, Pinsent Masons, Rankin Engineering Consultants, PLMJ, Kittins Chambers, Mason, Hogan Lovells, Bowmans, Africa Law Practice Nigeria and Co., Herbert Smith Freehills, CBBG Group, 39 Excess Chambers, Mayor Brown, Laliv, ALN Nigeria / Alukan Oyebode, Rakia and Amolo LLP, FTI Consulting, and Ketraco for the financial support, without which, of course, this event would not have been possible. Also, I would like to thank all our supporting institutions and media partners, the East Africa Law Society, Women in ADR, Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya branch, which, of course, the chair is here. Thank you. Institute of Quantity Surveyors of Kenya, Hong Kong International Arbitration Center, Mauritius International Arbitration Center, the Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration, Corsica, Asian Institute of Alternative Dispute Resolution, Uganda National Association of Builders, Suppliers and Engineering Contractors, Group Legal Group, GLLG, Kenya Association of Building and Civil Engineering Contractors, CAPSEC, International Federation of Consulting Engineers, FIDIC, my alma mater, King's College London, and my lecturer and professor is here actually, Professor Renato. Tanzania Institute of Arbitrators, Tanzania International Arbitration Centers, and the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors, RIC, as well as Women in Arbitration. Thank you so much. Also, I would like to extend my personal thanks to all those who have worked tirelessly to ensure the success of this conference. I would like to thank particularly members of the organizing planning committee. I would like to mention a few: Tabitha Traore, an independent legal consultant; Lillian Kitinji, partner at Yanga B. Kitinji and Co.; Sharon Obara, an independent legal consultant. I would also like to thank members of the ACL Board of Directors, Sekai Iyambo, a consulting expert; Ademola Bamboshe, international arbitration lawyer, Hogan Lovells; Yolanda Walker, partner, DWF London; Mitchell Potter Wright, counsel A&O Shermans; Adeola Agumbiade, senior associate, Banwa Nigodalo, Lagos, Nigeria. All of ACL's success are attributable to their hard work, dedication, unwavering commitment, without which ACL would not have attained the position of a leading Pan-African initiative in such a short period. I would also like to thank all our speakers, our moderators, and of course you, our delegates, for your interest and participation in this conference. I hope that you find the conference informative, stimulating, rewarding, and that you will enjoy your time in the safari capital of Africa, which is Nairobi. I knew I was stepping on toes here by saying that. I invite you to make the most of this conference by asking questions, sharing your views, exchanging contact, and sharing meals and tea during meals and tea break with fellow participants. I also invite you to follow our social media platform and use the hashtag ACL2024 to share your feedback and impression of the conference. I thank you very much. Without further ado, I would like to introduce to you our keynote speaker, Engineer James Mwangi, who will set the tone for the conference and provide us with a high-level overview of the theme of this conference, Building Resilience in Africa's Construction Sector. Engineer Mwangi is the Vice President, International Federation of Consulting Engineers, and the Chief Executive of Current Technologies Limited. He is a mechanical engineer with 38 years experience in the oil and gas, power generation, and renewable energy sector. He's African. He's a former chairman of FIDIC Africa, a board member at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, KEPSA, the apex voice of private sector in Kenya, a director at the Petroleum Institute of East Africa, a member of the Energy Institute UK, and a fellow of the Institution of Engineers of Kenya. His firm, Current Technologies Limited, is currently undertaking large energy projects ranging from large petroleum facilities, including LPG facilities, petroleum pipelines, exploration and production of oil, hydrogen plants, power generation plants, including LNG, wind and solar plants, electrical transmission line, and feasibility studies. Engineer Mwangi has dedicated his time and efforts to advocacy in the engineering profession, energy and oil and gas sectors, business integrity, and infrastructure matters. In 2023, he was elected vice president at the FIDIC General Assembly meeting for a period of 2 years. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me. Make welcome Engineer Mwangi to the podium.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. You didn't have breakfast, did you? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Let me first join the Master of Ceremony in welcoming our guests to our country. It's always a pleasure hosting you in this great country of East Africa. I would like to also welcome colleagues from Kenya. Thank you very much for coming. And also, I cannot forget to thank the organizers of this committee, Mr. Gore Martins and your team. I'm actually very, very impressed with the number of people that have come out to engage in this very, very important topic. Before I go on, for those who may not know FIDIC very well, FIDIC, the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, has been in existence for 111 years. And I would just like to mention that last year, at our 110 years celebration, we elected the First Lady President. So I think you need to give us a warm round of applause. And good to see the good lady chair of Chartered Institute of Arbitrators is to say that at FIDIC, we believe in equality. And the local FIDIC affiliated organization, which we call the Association of Consulting Engineers of Kenya, about 2 months ago, they also elected the First Lady chairperson. And therefore, and they beat FIDIC because they have done it at their 55th anniversary. So FIDIC took a bit of a longer time. FIDIC has presence in about 100 countries. When we look at our membership, it comprises of over 1 million consulting engineers and also over 40,000 consulting firms. So it's a pretty large organization, obviously well known for the contract forms. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed colleagues, distinguished guests, and visionary leaders in the field of construction, law, and sustainability. Good morning and welcome. I am honored as the Vice President of FIDIC, the International Federation of Consulting Engineers, to be speaking to you today at this prestigious Africa Construction Law Conference taking place in the heart of Nairobi. This city, a beacon of urban and infrastructural growth, is a fitting backdrop for our discussions. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the organizers, to Ngo Martin, whose dedication has made this event possible, and also to each of you whose commitment to our continent's progress brings us together under the theme, Building Resilience in Africa's Construction Sector. This theme challenges us to rethink our approaches and recommit to building a robust future for Africa. I have named my topics as follows. The first one, number one, the importance of infrastructure. Infrastructure is far more than a collection of physical assets. It is the very lifeblood of socio-economic development. Across Africa, it serves as a pivotal force for enhancing regional connectivity, supporting economic stability, and fundamentally improving the quality of life for millions. Effective infrastructure connects communities, powers businesses, facilitates education, and provides critical healthcare services, amongst others. It underpins almost every aspect of modern life and economic activity, making it indispensable for a continent on the brink of expansive growth. As we envision a future where Africa is not merely catching up, but leading on the global stage, our commitment to developing robust infrastructure becomes a critical catalyst for this growth. Infrastructure is the foundation upon which economies are built. It allows for efficient transportation of goods, improves access to markets, supports the delivery of energy and water, and provides a platform for technological advancements. However, building this infrastructure in Africa presents unique challenges and opportunities. The continent's vast geographical diversity, from sprawling deserts to dense forests and bustling megacities, requires a tailored approach to infrastructure development that considers both local environments and broader economic goals. Moreover, as urban populations continue to rise at an unprecedented rate, the demand for sustainable urban infrastructure solution becomes increasingly urgent. The challenges are significant and multifaceted, demanding innovative thinking and a commitment to sustainable practices. Traditional infrastructure projects often require large-scale physical construction activities, extensive use of materials, and significant energy consumption, all of which can have substantial environmental impacts. As such, sustainability must be at the core of our infrastructure projects, ensuring that they do not only serve economic purposes, but also contribute positively to the environment and society. Sustainable practices in infrastructure go beyond minimizing environmental impact. They also involve designing and building with longevity and adaptability in mind, ensuring that infrastructure can withstand the effects of climate change and other environmental variables. This approach includes the integration of green technologies such as solar and wind energy, rainwater harvesting system, the use of sustainable materials, and the implementation of energy-efficient designs. Finally, the financial aspects of building infrastructure cannot be overlooked. Africa faces a substantial infrastructure financing gap that must be addressed through innovative financing solutions. This requires not only traditional methods such as public funding and international aid, but also alternative strategies like public-private partnerships, foreign direct investments, and the development of local capital markets. These financial models need to be robust and flexible, capable of adapting to the unique economic landscapes of various African nations. Further, the quality of infrastructure significantly influences Africa's ability to engage with the global economy. Well-planned and well-executed infrastructure projects enhance the continent's competitive edge by improving efficiency, reducing business costs, and attracting foreign investment. They are essential for Africa to harness its full economic potential, create jobs, and improve living standards. As we look towards a future where Africa not only competes but excels globally, the role of infrastructure cannot be understated. Our infrastructure initiatives must be visionary yet pragmatic, innovative yet sustainable, and above all, inclusive, ensuring that the benefits of growth and development are widely shared. The path ahead is indeed fraught with challenges, but with a committed approach to sustainable and innovative infrastructure development, Africa can and will realize its immense potential. Second topic, the role of construction law. In the complex landscape of infrastructure development, construction law plays a pivotal role, acting as the foundational framework that underpins every facet of project execution. It is not merely a set of rules, but a dynamic tool that ensures the orderly progress of projects from conception through completion. This legal framework is crucial for addressing the myriad challenges that arise during infrastructure projects, ensuring regulatory compliance, facilitating efficient execution, and ultimately securing investor confidence. Ensuring regulatory compliance. Construction law serves as the critical nexus between government regulations and project implementation. And it ensures that infrastructure projects adhere to a wide array of legal requirements, from environmental standards to safety regulations, etc. For instance, the construction of the Gautrain railway system in South Africa, a project that not only had to comply with South Africa construction and environmental laws, but also with international standards because of its funding from European banks. Legal frameworks provided a structured approach to compliance, enabling seamless progression while adhering to strict standards. Efficient execution of infrastructure projects is another key area where construction law proves indispensable. By establishing clear contractual relationships and obligation, construction law helps define the scope, timing, and costs of projects, thereby minimizing misunderstandings and conflicts. It offers a blueprint for all parties involved, from contractors and engineers to suppliers and financiers, ensuring everyone is aligned with the project's goals and requirements. And we can take the example seen at the construction of the Bui Dam in Ghana, where comprehensive contractual framework helped manage a complex project involving multiple stakeholders, including international funding bodies. Let me mention also something to do with securing investor confidence. Investor confidence is crucial for the financing of large-scale infrastructure projects. Construction law contributes significantly by providing mechanisms that protect the interests of all parties involved. Through instruments such as performance bond and guarantees, investors are assured that the project risks are mitigated and managed effectively. And we can give an example of the development of the Lekki Toll Road in Nigeria, which was facilitated by legal agreement that ensured risks were shared appropriately between private and public entities, thereby attracting significant private investment. And then I'll touch on an area which I'm sure many of us identify with. This is dispute resolution and risk management. Construction law is essential in offering clear mechanisms for dispute resolution. Infrastructure projects are highly complex and often involve multiple parties, leading to potential conflicts. Legal frameworks include provisions for mediation, arbitration, and litigation, which are crucial in resolving disputes without derailing the projects. The Lesotho Highlands water projects involving South Africa and Lesotho utilized international arbitration for dispute resolution, which was instrumental in maintaining project timelines and relationships. I'll then touch on what I would call promoting robust, reliable, and equitable infrastructure. By establishing standards of fairness and accountability, construction law also promotes the development of robust, reliable, and equitable infrastructure. It ensures that projects not only meet technical and operational standards, but also adhere to principles of equity and fairness, particularly in terms of community impact and environmental sustainability. And a classic example for those of us from this country is the Mombasa-Nairobi Standard Gauge Rail, where construction law frameworks helped address, amongst other challenges, land acquisition disputes and environmental concerns, ensuring the project served the broader interests of the community. And I would like to encourage you to take a ride. It takes a much shorter time than it used to a number of years ago. Previously, we would have to hire a coach, and you make sure that there are sleeping facilities, because the 12-hour journey was likely to see you drifting off into dreamland. Attracting capital. Finally, the legal backbone provided by construction law is indispensable for attracting both local and international capital necessary for undertaking ambitious infrastructure initiatives across the continent. It reassures lenders and investors of the legal protection of their investments and the seriousness of the host countries in adhering to international best practices. The Grand Renaissance Dam in Ethiopia, funded partly through international bonds purchased by the Ethiopian diaspora, showcases how robust legal frameworks can bolster confidence amongst international investors. In summary, The role of construction law in facilitating infrastructure development is multifaceted and profound. By ensuring compliance, facilitating project execution and securing investments, providing dispute resolution mechanisms and promoting equitable infrastructure development, construction law is not just a set of regulations, it is a vital enabler of Africa's infrastructure ambitions. As we continue to build and expand our infrastructure landscape, the strategic application of construction law will remain a cornerstone of success and sustainability. The third topic I would like to talk on is challenges in infrastructure development. Despite the comprehensive guidance provided by effective legal frameworks, Africa's infrastructure sector faces substantial hurdles that complicate the path towards sustainable and inclusive growth. These challenges are multifaceted and pervasive, impacting projects from their inception through to completion. One of the challenges that we face is funding shortages. One of the most pressing challenges is acute shortage of funding. According to the African Development Bank, Africa faces an annual infrastructure funding gap of between 130 and $170 billion. This shortfall significantly hampers the continent's ability to launch and complete essential projects, from basic road networks to complex energy systems. And I remember God did mention one of the areas that we are seeing increased number of projects is in energy. For example, the African Development Bank also estimates that to close this gap and to satisfy the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals related to infrastructure, Africa will need to spend between 130 and 170 billion a year by 2025. This substantial gap highlights the critical need to innovative financial solutions such as blended finance, public-private partnership, and foreign direct investments which can leverage private sector capital for public good. The other challenge is regulatory discrepancies. Regulatory discrepancies across Africa's 54 countries further exacerbate infrastructure challenges. Each country has its own set of laws and regulations that can vary widely, creating a complex legal environment for cross-border and regional projects. For example, while countries in the East African community have made strides towards regulatory harmonization, significant differences still exist, particularly in standards of construction and environmental compliance. This fragmentation often leads to delays, increased costs as projects must navigate through multiple regulatory frameworks. For developers and investors, this environment demands meticulous due diligence and adaptive strategies to align with local regulations while maintaining international standards. Then we have sustainable development practices. The pressing needs for sustainable development practices present another layer of complexity. As Africa urbanizes at an unprecedented rate, expected to reach 50% urbanization level by 2023, according to the United Nations, there is an increasing demand for infrastructure that not only supports economic growth, but also adheres to environmental and social sustainability standards. This includes the integration of green technologies, efficient waste management systems, and infrastructure resilience against climate change impacts. The challenges lies in implementing these practices affordably and at scale considering the financial and technological constraints many African nations face. Then we have cultural and legal complexities. In addition to these challenges, projects must adapt to complexities of Africa's diverse and legal landscapes, Each region has its own set of cultural norms, practices, and legal frameworks that can affect everything from land acquisition and labor laws to community engagement and dispute resolutions. For instance, land acquisition for infrastructure projects often involves navigating communal land rights and local customs, which can vary significantly within a single country. I'll just touch briefly on the socioeconomic benefits. The socioeconomic benefits of well-executed infrastructure projects are profound and transformative, serving as catalysts for economic development and societal enhancement across Africa. By providing the essential foundations for connectivity and accessibility, these projects play a pivotal role in shaping the economic landscape of the continent. And like I said, standard gauge rail used to take 20 hours. Now we can do it in 4 or 5 hours. And that means for the business person, for the goods coming in, it has a drastic positive impact. I'll go on further, not to keep the speech too long, to sustainability and green energy initiatives, because that conversation must be there in construction. As the impacts of climate change become increasingly tangible, the call for sustainability in the construction sector has never been more urgent. Globally, the construction industry is one of the largest consumers of energy and resources, contributing significantly to carbon emissions. Those in the civil engineering sector, especially involving processes in the manufacture of some of the raw materials, know that statistics show that those processes have very significant carbon emissions. However, it also holds tremendous potential for promoting environmental stewardship through sustainable practices. And Africa in particular stands at a critical juncture. With much of the infrastructure yet to be built, the continent has the unique opportunity to integrate green technologies and sustainable methodologies from the ground up, setting up a global standard for environmental friendly development. That includes embedding green technologies, utilizing green building materials, energy efficient designs, amongst others. Then I'll come to the organization that where I'm privileged to sit on the board as the vice chair, FIDIC. What is FIDIC's role in promoting sustainability? FIDIC is at the forefront of promoting these green transitions within the construction sector. We provide our members with the latest knowledge and skills necessary to implement effective solutions. Through our guidelines and standards, FIDIC encourages the adoption of best practices in sustainable design and construction. We offer training programs and resources that cover a range of topics, from the basics of green technology to advanced techniques in sustainable design and construction management. The FIDIC's role and initiatives. FIDIC plays a pivotal role in shaping the landscape of sustainable infrastructure development across Africa. Our organization is deeply committed to driving the adoption of sustainable energy practices and ensuring that these practices are integrated in the core of infrastructure development projects continental-wide. FIDIC is committed to advancing sustainable infrastructure development throughout Africa. Our FIDIC Academy plays a pivotal role in this commitment by offering a comprehensive array of courses that enhance the capabilities of all local engineers and participants. These training programs are specifically designed to cover a broad spectrum of topics, from basic engineering principles to advanced sustainable development practices. I must hasten and add that you don't have to be an engineer to attend these courses. I am sure the men and women in this room have a good grounding in terms of understanding construction, thereby meaning that they can also benefit. Additionally, FIDIC develops influential policy documents such as the annual State of the World report, which provides insights and guidance on global infrastructure trends and best practices. These reports are free. You just need to go to the website and feel free to indulge them. These reports are essential tools for government and institutions, aiding in the creation of an environment that supports sustainable development. We also host webinars that tackle pressing industry issues and foster ongoing education and dialogue amongst professionals. These webinars complement our larger conferences, such as the annual Global Infrastructure Conference. The next one will be held in September in Geneva. Most welcome. And also we have Global Leadership Forum Summit that brings together leaders from various sectors to discuss and strategize on future infrastructure challenges. The findings and discussions from these forums are often synthesized with comprehensive reports that guide future projects. As I come towards the end, I would like us to just think a little bit about future opportunities. As we look towards the horizon, the African construction sector stands on the precipice of a transformative era driven by innovation and technology. The future is ripe with opportunities that not only aim to redefine the efficiency and sustainability of construction practices, but also align them with global standards, ensuring Africa's infrastructure is robust, resilient, and adaptable to the evolving global landscape in the path to green energy. The other critical topic that we must certainly continue to be very alive to is digital technologies and their transformative impact. The advent of digital technologies has ushered in a new era in the construction industry. Advanced tools such as building information modeling, BIM, use of drones, and augmented reality are revolutionizing the way infrastructure projects are designed, built, and maintained. For those of us in the old school, when our engineers come back, no, they are seated in the office and they give you an update of what is happening on site. Yet he has been sitting in the office. We still find it a little hard to reconcile. But thanks to technology, there are drones that have flown. He can show you what is really happening on site. And the blood pressure normally comes down after that. So BIM, for example, allows for precise digital presentations of buildings, enabling better building decisions, optimizing construction sequences, and facilitating the management of buildings post-construction. We finish the project, we walk away. But there's a lot that tends to happen after that. In fact, the real drama happens when you start using that asset. And BIM in South Africa has been instrumental in the development of complex projects in South Africa. Like I said, drones, on the other hand, have become increasingly used for surveying large areas, monitoring construction progress, inspecting hard-to-reach structures, and you can see how timely it is to get this information. Then we also have this augmented reality, which is another promising technology offering the ability to overlay digital information onto the real-world environment. The other topic that I would just like, as I come towards the end, is financing models, innovative financing models. Beyond technology, Innovative financing models are crucial for bridging the significant infrastructure funding gap in Africa. And here we see PPP as a very viable solution, allowing pooling of resources from private and public. And they can not only alleviate financial burdens of government, but also leverage private sector efficiencies and expertise. Another one, of course, is the use of green bonds, which are specifically aimed at raising funds for sustainable infrastructure development. And it's good to see that Africa is increasingly becoming a focus in matters to do with green bonds. Adoption of international best practices. Finally, the adoption of international best practices is pivotal for the Africa construction sector to meet global standards. This not only enhances the quality and reliability of infrastructure, but also boosts international investor confidence. If there is something that we must continuously unlock, it's funding for these projects and keeping people or investors interested in funding these projects on this continent. African countries are increasingly adopting standards such as the ISO 55000 for asset management, which helps organizations manage the life cycle of assets more effectively. Implementing such standards ensures that African infrastructure is competitive globally and capable of attracting international investments and also built to last. So, conclusion. As we conclude our deliberations on at this significant juncture, the insights and discussions generated here at the Africa Construction Law Conference underscore a pivotal moment for the continent's infrastructure and construction sector. The theme of this conference, Building Resilience in Africa Construction Sector, is not merely a guiding principle, but a call to action for all stakeholders involved, from policymakers and business leaders to engineers, and dare I not say, the learned friends, isn't it? The legal professionals. As we stand at this crossroads, the path forward is illuminated by promising opportunities for growth, sustainability, and innovation. The resilience of Africa's construction sector is fundamental to the continent's broader aspirations for economic and social development. And I think that is extremely critical, because we have to help and make sure that people on this continent live decently. The resilience of Africa's construction sector is fundamental to the continent's broader aspirations for economic and social development. This resilience will be largely determined by our collective resolve to embrace innovative technologies, integrate sustainable practices across all phases of infrastructure development, and cultivate a collaborative environment that is strongly supported by effective and adaptive legal frameworks. The discussions you will have here over the coming 2 days highlight the need for a cohesive approach that involves harmonizing standards across borders and disciplines, ensuring that our legal systems not only support but also drive forward the implementation of cutting-edge, resilient infrastructure projects. FIDIC, with its rich heritage of promoting excellence in the global consulting engineering field, is uniquely positioned to spearhead these efforts. Our commitment to advancing sustainable infrastructure development is unwavering. By leveraging our international standards and localized insights, we aim to empower professionals across the continent to not only meet but exceed the global benchmarks of quality, sustainability, and resilience. My closing remarks are as follows. And I'm saying this because whoever didn't take coffee before my speech, I can feel you. I can feel you, so one more minute. Right, closing remarks and call to action. In moving forward, it is imperative that we continue to foster strong partnership among governments, private sector, and international bodies. These collaborations are crucial in pooling resources, sharing knowledge, and driving innovation. Furthermore, by continuing to engage in dialogues such as this conference, we enhance our collective understanding and refine our strategies to meet the unique challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for Africa. As we open this conference, let us commit to carrying forward the momentum generated here, to continue to work tirelessly towards a future where Africa is a beacon of innovation, sustainability, and resilience. The path ahead will undoubtedly present challenges, but without our combined expertise and dedication, with our combined expertise and dedication, we can transform these challenges into stepping stones for success. Let us live here, not just with insights and knowledge, but with a renewed commitment to action. Let us drive forward, not individually, but as a united force for the betterment of our continent. Let us return to our respective roles, inspired and made and more equipped to drive change, confident that our shared vision for a robust and dynamic Africa construction sector that stands as a pillar of growth and stability for the continent. FIDIC is committed to supporting each of you in this journey, providing tools, resources, and community needed to bring our shared vision to fruition. Looking ahead, I encourage everyone to stay engaged with FIDIC events. Coming up soon, we have this flagship annual event in Geneva on 8th and 10th of September which promises to be a real master 10 for global engineering, construction, and infrastructure. There's something also that I'd like to let you know, just in case you haven't known. FIDIC also has this forum where we have FIDIC Contract Users Conferences, and we had one last week for Asia and Pacific. These are online webinars, 2 days, and you hear it from the best, talking about their experiences of the best and the worst. I don't know whether we are together here. The best can talk about the best and also the not so good. Maybe I won't use that word, the worst. So it is also my great pleasure to announce our annual conference in 2025, which will be hosted in Africa, Cape Town, South Africa, to be precise, promising an enriching experience and fostering dialogue on infrastructure development in the global African context. And those who would like to be reminded their geography a little bit, in Cape Town, you can't get any further south onshore. You can't get any further south when you're onshore. It's got to be Cape Town. So thank you for your attention, and I look forward to the fruitful discussions and collaborations that will emerge from this conference. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana.
Thank you, Vice Chair, for those very audacious and very auspicious remarks that we had. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for our Vice Chair. There were so many takeouts from what he was exhorting us to do, but I think for me, the two key words that I had is that infrastructure is a foundation upon which economies are built, and that we must leverage private sector capital for public good as we look at the impact that we're going to have in the communities in which we want to drive these infrastructure projects. And for everybody in this room, there's one thing he did say that was extremely critical, that construction law is critical for the purposes of expediency. So to my fellow learned friends, that is why we're gathered here today, so we can expedite this process of Africa construction, isn't it? A hand of applause for everyone in this room. And of course, I would be amiss if I didn't capture some of the remarks that were said by our founder, Mr. Ngoo Martins, where he told us that sustainability is the opportunity of our time. So even as we think on how to advance the construction agenda within Africa, it must be sustainable, because even when we're going through the Anglophone, Lusophone, and Francophone countries, we must think, how are we going to have sustainable infrastructure, even as we navigate the regulatory barriers that we have in this nation. Now, before we move on to our first panel, with your permission, Mr. Vice Chair and our founder, Ngoo Martins, I would be committing a faux pas if I didn't recognize some of the leaders that we have in our room. You know when they say, when in Rome, you do as the Romans do. And so when you're in Nairobi, Kenya, you must recognize the leadership that you have with you. And just allow me to call him to come say a few words just for 2 minutes to greet us and tell us why we're here and why he's here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my absolute pleasure to invite Senior Counsel, Dr. Otiende Amolo, the Member of Parliament for Rarieda constituency. Dr. Amolo, if you could just come. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand.
The keynote speaker, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the Republic of Kenya in general and the city of Nairobi in specific. My name is Otiende Amolo. I'm a practitioner of law in the rank of senior counsel. I practice with the law firm of Rachier and Amolo Advocates, one of the sponsors of this conference. Actually, one of my partners is here, Mr. Kevin Wakwaya, if you could just wave. And another of my partners is here, Steve Ligunya, please wave. Yes, I am something of a reluctant practitioner of construction law, because lately I have been drawn to other areas of law. And to that extent, I am here to learn so that I may be brought back into construction law. Secondly, as a serving member of parliament, I am happy to learn and have any suggestions in terms of how we can improve construction law in Kenya specifically. And to that I would commit to execute elsewhere. But I'm also the Ombudsman Emeritus of this republic. And to that extent, I am sure some of you in your own free time and frolics might run afoul of the law. So let me advise you that in Kenya, if you run afoul of the law and a policeman or woman confronts you, just smile broadly, look them straight in the face and say, Hakuna Matata. And they will let you walk freely. You will have no problem at all. The welcome remarks were made by my brother, and he said Nairobi is the safari capital of Kenya. No, in fact, he said Kenya is the safari capital of Africa. And I had some murmurs. In his defense, let me say the following. The city of Nairobi is the only city in the world where you have a national park, 78,000 acres of land within the city where you will find all the animals, and it's exactly 10 minutes from this hotel. Tell me which other city has that feature. Secondly, there are many safari capitals and places, but you will not find them on the equator. We pride ourselves that we have the safari destinations right on the equator. But more importantly, the word safari is a Swahili word. And so wherever else you use that word, you've borrowed it from us here. Because safari is a Swahili word which in English cannot be captured in one word. And that's why the English have borrowed it. You would have to say it's traveling for purposes of hunting, exhibition, expedition, or tourism. Those are very many words. In Swahili, you just say safari. So allow us to enjoy that Swahili word, but borrow it generously from us. Having said that, ladies and gentlemen, we look forward to a fruitful engagement for the next 2 days, but we want to encourage you to spend another 2 days to know this country. At least take 10 minutes, go to the Nairobi National Park. You will claim that you've gone on safari in Kenya, and we will allow you to have that claim. But if you have more time, you can go north to the second highest mountain in Africa, Mount Kenya. You can climb a little, to where your energy would allow you. But if you still have more time, go towards the west. Just 30 minutes from here, you will encounter the Great Rift Valley. Now, we don't claim to be the only country with the Rift Valley. The Great Rift Valley starts from Lebanon all the way to Mozambique. But we claim to have some of the most picturesque, venues. If you go, you will see the Great Rift Valley in its splendor. If you have even more time, go further to the city of Kisumu. Go to Lake Victoria, the second largest freshwater lake in the world. And you can swim with the crocodiles, and they will just look at you. Our crocodiles are very polite. They will not harm you. But if you want to enjoy some traditional tourism, then go to Mombasa and swim with the sharks. With that, welcome, Karibu, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Senior Counsel. And I think in the words of the Emeritus Ombudsman, turn to your neighbor and say, Hakuna Matata. And welcome to the land of Hakuna Matata. Depending on which generation you come from, some of us remember it from the movie Lion King. Others of us remember from a genre of music in Kenya called Zilizopendwa. Say Zilizopendwa. It simply means the beloved, yes? And just to honor Senior Counsel, he's one of the architects of the new constitution that we enjoy in this nation. So over and above marketing this great nation, and he has encouraged you to visit some of our landmarks. Part of the freedoms we enjoy came from this great man. So one more time, a hand for Rarieda MP, Otiendo Amo. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to enter into our first panel. And I shall call the chair of the panel, who will thereafter invite his panelists with him. We want to get into infrastructure development and financing in Africa's construction sector. Some of the answers that we're looking to get today is what are the main opportunities and the challenges for infrastructure development and financing in Africa's construction sector, and how can construction law firms facilitate them. Also, we shall be looking at the alignment and the integration of infrastructure development and financing within the broader economic, social, and environmental objectives and policies within Africa. To steer this particular conversation is Amin Musa, a partner and the head of projects and infrastructure department at Anjarwala in Kana, Kenya. He also co-heads the firm's real estate and construction department. Amin is generally considered the leading energy and projects lawyer in the country. He specializes in energy projects, infrastructure, natural and renewable resources, as well as real estate and privatization. He is an advocate of the High Court of Kenya and holds a Doctor of Jurisprudence from the University of Houston School of Law and a Bachelor of Business Administration, majoring in finance from the University of Houston. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Amin Musa. Joining him on this particular panel shall be Dr. Angie Sarag. A hand for Dr. Angie Sarag. We shall also be joined by Matthew Walker. A hand for Matthew Walker. We shall also have Nicholas Kane. A hand for Nicholas Kane. And last but not least, we shall be having Sholabade Shebatun. A hand for Sholabade. Over to you, Mr. Amin Musa.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to this panel discussion on the impact of inflation and the green transition on infrastructure development and construction in Africa. My name is Amin Musa, and I head the Projects and Infrastructure practice at ALN Kenya. This is the largest corporate commercial law firm with over 100 lawyers, and we are celebrating our 70th anniversary this year. We have acted for sponsors on first-of-its-kind project developments across the region, including the Lake Turkana and Kipeto energy wind projects, the Menengai geothermal projects, the concessioning of the Port of Dar es Salaam, developments in industrial parks such as Tatu City and Nairobi Gate, iconic mixed-use developments such as GTC, Garden City, Two Rivers, and the Kigali Financial Center. As we gather here today, we find ourselves at the intersection of two critical forces shaping the future of Africa's development: inflation and the green transition. The impact of these dynamics on infrastructure development and the construction industry cannot be overstated. The projects and construction sectors have experienced serious shocks in the last few years, including the COVID pandemic, the after effects of the pandemic, increasing interest rates, construction costs, depreciating currencies across the continent, inflation with its ripple effects on costs, financing, and overall economic stability. This poses significant challenges in infrastructure and project development. These challenges are not being felt just in Africa alone. Highly developed markets in the US and Europe are today struggling to attract sponsors and financiers for projects such as renewable energy projects because of escalating project costs. Further, issues relating to the green transition and sustainability are having an increasing impact on development of projects. As large economies in the West and even in the East try to address these challenges by throwing subsidies at various industries, in my view, given the current balance sheet position of many African countries, innovation at every level will be required to ensure sustainable project development on the continent. Innovation will be required in structuring and financing projects, construction, project management, and most importantly, government policies. Today we are honored to have with us a distinguished panel of experts who bring a wealth of knowledge and diverse perspectives on these issues. They will delve into these complexities, explore the synergies, and discuss the strategies needed to navigate these transformative times. I would like to once again introduce Dr. N.G. Serag, Executive Director, Contracts and Claims, Orascom Construction. Matthew Walker, Partner, K&L Gates. Nicholas Kane, Managing Director, De Simon Construction, Consultant Services. And lastly, Sholabade, Partner, ALP, NG and Company. Thank you very much. And we will now kickstart the conversation. I think the first topic we want to discuss is the impact of inflation, supply chain issues, increasing interest rates and costs on existing project developments, on existing construction contracts on the continent. And with that, I will start with Shola in terms of taking us through your experiences on how existing projects and existing construction contracts have had to deal with the shocks we've experienced over the last couple of years.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Amin, for that introduction. It's always nice to go first, so I can set the tone as to whether the responses are short or whether my co-panelists decide otherwise. I think there are different facets to this, and I think it's important to consider not only existing construction projects, but also projects in the pipeline. The most obvious trickle-down effect of obviously high inflation and supply chain issues is obviously project delays, which we're currently experiencing with a few projects within Africa. But I also think it's important to consider projects in the pipeline as it pertains to cost of capital. The cost of doing business generally at the moment is skyrocketed, and it's so difficult, to secure financing for these kind of projects. And also, if you look at the government intervention in intervention in terms of funding, there's just no money for the government to sort of outlay in terms of projects. Supply chain issues, very, very prevalent in Africa. One issue I have with African project companies is importing materials and also equipment from abroad, which are obviously benchmarked in dollars. And Africa just doesn't have enough dollars to continue to sustain the constant importation of the material and equipment. Not only that, I think it's important to consider the cost of labor. The cost of labor has gone up significantly because the technical expertise are just not there. So if you're bringing in expert trades to fill the gap for these projects, that's also going to be a difficult issue going forward. Debt financing, refinancing of debt obligations is also an issue. When you're refinancing debt, obviously the cost will increase. So that's becoming more and more of an issue in Africa. And then lastly, force majeure. Prior to COVID, there wasn't really a declaration of force majeures as it pertained to construction projects. But now you're seeing, especially as council, we are trying to hedge against inflation. We're trying to hedge against the cost of capital within force majeure provisions. And counterparties, for example, where I come from, the Federal Ministry of Works, are just not having it. It's difficult for them to entertain that sort of thing. But more and more, you're going to be seeing more and more entities, more and more project companies declare force majeures for economic reasons. How that is determined, how that is adjudicated is another issue, because I think there's going to be a lot of going forward in terms of how you force majeure clauses. Finally, if we look at public infrastructure, because it's a public utility infrastructure, the profit margins typically and historically have been very, very minimal. So going forward, with these issues of high inflation and supply chain issues, I just think that the cost of everything is just going to completely increment, and it already has incremented to the extent where we're going to see more insolvency for project companies, we're going to see more project delays, we're going to see more cost overruns, and it's going to be very difficult to determine at the outset of any project how much that project is going to cost. And these are the issues. But notwithstanding, I do think with the advent of, grant-based financing, results-based financing, blended financing, mezzanine financing, I think those can sort of take over and, assist the construction sector in pushing Africa forward. Because if you look at the African Union Agenda 2063, infrastructure projects are, the focal point of that agenda. And for the AFCFTA to work, we need infrastructure in Africa. And I know there's a question about government capacity further on, so I won't go too much into that. But I have been told to keep my my views on the Nigerian government to a minimum, so I will do. And one of my former colleagues has actually promised to throw something at me, so when I do go on, so I'll stop there and let NG come in. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Shola. NG, Egypt specifically has faced serious issues in terms of inflation and depreciating currencies. Being in the construction sector directly, what impact have you seen on inflation, depreciating currencies, etc., on the projects you've been working on?
Thank you, Amin, first for the invite, and thank you for allowing me to speak to such great colleagues. And thank you, Angel, for this initiative as well. Well, it's not only Egypt. We've seen devaluation of most of the African currencies against the US dollar. And such depreciation was coming because of several things. The area, the African area, became very much of not a very tempting place for investment. And or the investors are not very much encouraged to come to this area because of the high interest rate in the US. And most people want to go to invest in US Treasury bonds. There is a shortage of foreign currency in most of the African countries right now because of the economy. There's not much exports. Accordingly, there is a huge shortage of foreign currency. Last thing, which we all know, is the increase of the oil prices, which definitely because of the Russian-Ukrainian war. So what are the implications? We've seen a huge increase in prices, a huge increase in the material, and we all know that the construction projects are depending a lot on imported materials. So accordingly, when the imported materials price increased, the construction prices have gone down. The governments just have to act to this global inflation and devaluation, and in particular, the Egyptian government has taken some action. Last year, the cabinet announced that there must be some sort of restriction on the foreign spending on public projects. And they announced that there must be any project that has a foreign currency component will have to be delayed. Any project that even has been awarded and advance payment has been granted to the contractor will have to be on a pause mode for a while to be able to cope with the global inflation that is there. Any project that's ongoing, that has a foreign currency as well, will have to, any payment to the contractor will have to take the approval of the Ministry of Finance. So you can imagine the delays that Mr. Contractor will be facing in getting paid the foreign currency if he gets paid from the beginning. So, indeed, that was important. And those decisions were going along with the IMF loan that Egypt has recently taken to cope up with this inflation. And the IMF recommendation were discussing about the flotation of the Egyptian currency to cope up with all of this increase in prices. And I want to take you, I'm an engineer as background, so I want to take you to some numbers to show you how the devaluation has hitting Egypt. If a project is awarded in March 21st, and we know that construction project can last to 3, 4, 5 years, which means a project in March 21st could be ongoing till now. On March 21st, the dollars to the EGP was $1 was 15.75 Egyptian pounds. 1 year after became 18, October 22, January 23, it doubled to 27, okay? In March 24, it became almost 48 pounds to the dollar. What does that mean? We have around 200% of a devaluation. What does that mean in numbers for Mr. Contractor who is going in a project in March 21st? If a project is 2 billion EGP, he's going at a value of $127 million project. Now, in March 24, the value of this project went down to 40. Okay, so that means that this devaluation could never have been predicted, could never have been anticipated that the magnitude of the devaluation would be that much. So this all definitely, and we will discuss how the contractor and the employers react to be able to compensate the parties in it. But that was not only Egypt. We have seen devaluation, but not to that extent. Nigeria, Angola, Malawi, Zambia, Burundi, Congo, and Kenya as well, there has been devaluation. So all of this definitely have impacted every stakeholder in any construction project.
So Nicholas, having heard about these direct impacts on inflation, depreciating currencies, how do you deal with project management on large complex projects when you have this level of uncertainty, changing government policies, unavailability of foreign currency? How do you handle project management on these types of projects?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Thanks, Amin. So I think project management teams in Africa, particularly those with foreign expats integrated, are already under intense pressure to deliver projects in quite challenging conditions before adding increased cost and supply chain issues. But some of these issues can be avoided by really sort of scrutinizing the sources of materials and make attempts to try and shorten supply chains, which in turn should reduce associated long and sometimes complex supply chains. So I have an example where I managed the design and build for a bulk port and waterfront development in Gabon that required materials for coastal defense structures. And one in particular was a rock structure which had these sort of large 1 to 2 ton rock placed on the shoreline for the defences. And we employed a European consultant to design these structures. And they insisted we source this rock from Scandinavia, a particular Norwegian granite, which apparently had the desired density and aesthetic look required. And so I went along with this recommendation, but was soon challenged by one of my Gabonese colleagues who suggested we source the rock locally from one of the quarries in Gabon. So I proceeded to regurgitate the reasons from the consultant he gave me, and but then thought, well, let's give this rock a go, and so we could save us time and money. And so we did some tests on the rock, and it turned out it was good enough. Was in keeping with the local geology, and so it turned out, we sourced this rock, and so I think the point is we should try and exhaust all avenues within Africa, locally and regionally, before we go out to the international market to reduce the pressures on the supply chains. And recycled steel is another material we can perhaps look at sourcing locally and regionally in Africa. As for an example, South Africa, Egypt, and Nigeria have established steel recycling industries. South Africa, in particular, has a well-developed recycling infrastructure with numerous companies involved in the collection and processing of scrap metal. And so, reducing the complexities of the supply chain by sourcing locally and regionally will in turn reduce the project risks for disruption. And then we turn to dispute resolution. Identifying the root causes of supply chain issues are very difficult and challenging. You've got port congestion, poor transport infrastructure in Africa. You've got multiple parties involved and stakeholders, which can make the dispute resolution process very complex with a unique set of challenges. And so your traditional dispute resolution mechanisms, like litigation and arbitration, can become very prolonged and costly with the challenges of identifying these root causes and responsibilities. So I think the point is we need to simplify and shorten the supply chains as best we can, so we reduce pressures on projects and so help reduce the number of disputes.
Thanks for that. And I guess moving on to dispute resolution, which I have to assume has skyrocketed. It'll be interesting to hear from both NG and then Matthew about what you've seen in the dispute resolution space, and are there any interesting legal decisions or analysis that have arisen from these disputes, whether it's on your typical provisions around costs, extension of time, force majeure? What experiences can you share with all of us around dispute resolution over the last couple of years because of these external shocks?
Yes, thanks, and good morning. So I think the starting point is first to ask the question, what sort of legal system are we looking at? Are we looking at a common law legal system or a civil law legal system? Because I think the approach will be subtly different as between the two, particularly when it comes to unforeseen circumstances. I think, and I'm speaking here in very broad principles, I think the approach of common law systems tends to be a little more unforgiving, on the assumption that the underlying contract itself is unforgiving, and we can look a little into that a little bit. But you look at decisions from, for example, let's say for cost escalations, there's a decision from America. D.S. Simmons and the Steel Group, that was to do with price escalation, and the court found that was not a good ground for alleviating the cost escalation on that particular contract. You can think of time provisions, so something like OHL and Gibraltar, which is a decision of the High Court in England and Wales, which has looked at the requirement of contractors to comply with time notice provisions, otherwise they will lose their entitlement to extensions of time. So that tends to be the starting point of most common law systems, and you can assume, although it's an assumption that like any great assumption, it's there to be tested, that any other African jurisprudence that is based on a common law system, something of Kenya, for example, may look to those sorts of rules in order to interpret the way in which those provisions will be adopted here. I think the civil law approach may be slightly different, and I'm sure Engi will have something to say about that, but you have, in most civil law systems, and I'm thinking here of those based on the French Civil Code, which is going to be lots of those operating in North Africa and obviously in the Middle East, which is an area that I'm familiar with. So most of those have within them a doctrine called imprévision, if I can use a bit of French, and that is a concept of where circumstances have been unforeseen and were unforeseeable, and that may then lead to alleviation of particularly harsh circumstances. And you'll find, based in most of the civil law systems, there will then be provisions that talk about the way in which extremely onerous provisions, usually impacting a contractor, may be reviewed and alleviated in order to provide the contractors with some relief. So looking for decisions that deal with these concepts is always a little bit more tricky, because obviously, unlike the common law, civil law systems do not have the same level of formality of precedent in terms of the way in which decisions form binding precedents. Nevertheless, there was a decision of the Belgian Court of Cassation, for example, in 2009, that dealt with the concept of imprévision, and in that was allowed to afford the contractor some relief from some of the provisions. So we might begin to see those types of provisions beginning to operate within legal systems, but I think, as anybody who is familiar with the civil law would say, you take each case as it comes, because it's always going to be up to that particular bench in that particular jurisdiction.
And Angie, what was your experience on the dispute resolution space?
Interesting. Well, when the devaluation happened, there was a devaluation in 2016 and another one we were hit with recently. Every contractor was just trying to find an article in the contract or in the law that we'll be able to claim against. Well, if we have a balanced contract that would cover the global inflation and escalation, there would have been no problem. But we were just, confused, and we were not sure where to go and how will the client take it. And the first thing most of the contractors look at is the devaluation or the global inflation of force majeure. And we look at the FIDIC 2017 or 99 provision. The event has to be beyond the party. Check, yes. The party could not have provided against the event before going to contract. Check. The event could not be avoided. Check. But we go to the civil law, what's describing the force majeure in Article 159. They're saying if an obligation, that they're talking about the impossibility of the implementation of the project. And here we have a cross, because the global inflation and the devaluation did not prevent, it was not impossible to perform the project. It was exorbitant. There was no balance in the economic equilibrium, and that will take us to the imprévision, or the hardship in the civil law. And we have two articles in the civil law that's talking about the hardship and talking about the exorbitant losses, talking about the economic equilibrium, talking that the judge, and by the judge in the law it means the arbitrator or the dispute board member, will try to bring back the project to some sort of an economic balance. Even though that article seems to be straightforward, because all of the contractors have faced a lot of losses with the devaluation, but the clause or the article in the law was not so clear, even the case precedent. First of all, what's an exorbitant losses? For sure, at 200% is definitely a loss. The loss here is not talking about the loss of the profit. The loss of profit is completely excluded from that provision. That means the actual loss from the cost component of the contractor. And it's talking about bringing back the balance. Does that mean he's going to give him 50%? 30%, 20%. We have seen case precedents that are giving a value that is nothing that we can give a rule or a precedence for. So that's very important if the contractor is going to trigger the hardship article. We've seen actually even in administrative contracts with the government cases that are acknowledging that the liberalization of the currency is indeed a hardship event, in a recent case in the administrative court judgment. And similarly, I think in the common law we have the doctrine of frustration. I'm not very experienced in that. I think Matthew can link And the third thing that we thought about is the change in legislation. In Egypt, we have a compensation law that was issued, I think, a year ago, and they provided some sort of table for each type of project to give to correspond to the type of project. Those tables were not very accurate. They're still under process, and they did not give the contractor the actual damage. So we still have a lot of frustration in terms of where to ask. But I think from experience, triggering the hardship articles were the best so far.
And I guess sticking to this topic about construction contracts, as a result of the pain suffered by parties across this, Matthew, going forward in terms of new construction contracts, how are you seeing those provisions being negotiated by contractors and employers based on their experience over the last couple of years?
That's a very good question. I think it's one that needs to be looked at in a couple of different ways. If we start off with, if you like, the main forms of contract, and I see this in particular because I have a FIDIC vice president in front of me. We've certainly seen in FIDIC in a couple of ways in which parties can look to address some of these sorts of issues. So, for example, Clause 19, I think of those of us who are familiar with FIDIC in the Red and Yellow books, that's the clause that deals with force majeure. I have certainly seen attempts by parties to address within, for example, Clause 19.6, the way in which they will get relief from particular types of events, COVID being the most obvious example. I think we have to factor now the war in Ukraine into that and the impact that that has had on supply chains. If I think back a few years to the experience we had in Qatar, which is a country that I have a lot of experience in, there was a regional blockade where local partners fell out with each other, and so parties started to factor that into their contracts. So that's one obvious way. Staying with FIDIC, you can also draft provisions that will be attached to the back of it dealing with escalation and or fluctuation. In many ways, I think actually fluctuation is a more subtle approach of doing it, because that allows there to be almost like that sort of pain share, gain share between contractor and employer, depending on what happens to the costs of particular materials. So actually, in a curious and slightly unexpected way, during the regional blockade of 2017, there was a very high spike in the costs of aggregates and cement, and so that caused those prices to go up within a fluctuations clause. But Gabbro and bitumen, the cost of those went down. So actually, that was a way in which a very sort of subtly drafted fluctuations clause could provide appropriate relief to both contractor and employer. So for those of you then who are operating under the NEC form of contract, and I've certainly seen that in operation, for example, on Addis Ababa Airport, that was a project that used the NEC, that you've got what are called some secondary clauses that go in to the end of the NEC contract, so X1, in which you can, for example, be a little bit creative around what you treat as the base date for the purposes of the calculation of prices, and then you have then a price adjustment formula which you then incorporate into the contract so as to be able to deal with those types of issues affecting the contract. One thing that I will raise here as now is there's a difference, of course, between how this might be treated on the standard forms, which is what I was just talking about there, and issues that might arise in particular types of project construction models, PPP contracts and or PFI contracts. The reason I raise that is that we've seen very recently, as in within the last 2 weeks in the UK, a project. It's for the development of healthcare facilities in Greater Manchester, and what's happened in that particular contract is because the contractor has been experiencing various difficulties and delays with the delivery of its works, I think some of which were, frankly, its fault. It has created perhaps an unexpected problem now for the healthcare authority that has procured the works, because what the contractor's now done is it's approached the High Court effectively for a restructuring plan. So you might start to see, this is, if you like, the sort of a hidden risk of the delivery of construction projects under PFI and PPP type models, that you'll get quasi-insolvency solutions where a contractor, rather than trying to, in effect, rewrite the contract itself, will simply approach the court and saying, right, well, I'm now beginning to enter into insolvency. I need a form of restructuring and protection. So, if you like, it's analogous to the way in which perhaps you may get governments restructuring sovereign debt. So we've seen that recently with Zambia. So you're going to get those types of arrangements, which may be another way around the problem.
NG, have you gone back and re-looked at your contracts, rewritten them?
Indeed, I'm a poor contractor, and sometimes we're not lucky to have a FIDIC contract. We have an ad hoc contracts,
Right.
okay? And as I told you earlier, we have a lot of delays in some of the construction projects, and a lot of them, not a lot, few, just to go back to my country safe, some of them we got the advance payment and then the project was delayed. And during that delay, the devaluation happened. What does that mean? You start your project with 100% loss on your advance payment. And as we all know, there is no escalation on the advance payment, whether it's a FIDIC contract or an administrative contract. So this is really important. In such case, I would advise the contractor to say that the advance payment will be maybe valid for a period of time. After that, escalation will be triggered. In other contracts with the government as well, we have seen that the escalation formula will apply after 6 months, a year, or even to a year and a half. And that's something as well imposed on the contractor. You signed on that contract. And what could happen is that during those year and a half, the devaluation happened. Again, a huge loss on the contractor. So I would just advise, do not accept such articles. Another example as well, we have seen contracts with no escalation formula. And that was the project that was awarded in March 21st, where the dollar to the EGP was 15. And that project is still ongoing, by the way, till now, where the dollar to the EGP is 50. So I think when the contractor entered into that project, he was assuming maybe 15, 20% devaluation, but he never imagined that there is going to be 200% devaluation. So I would advise in the contract, make sure that you have a good escalation formula. Make sure that if there is no escalation formula, at least make sure that you're getting paid for your material actual costs, market rates. Maybe the labor, you can take a contingency on it, but the actual price of the material, make sure that you're taking actual market rate if there is no escalation. Another very important thing, make sure you have a good advance payment to be able to purchase your material as soon as you can without being hit by further devaluation. Nobody has expected what has been going on right now. Make sure you have good payment provision. Don't wait for 60 and 90 days to get paid. Make sure that you have good payment provision, 15, 30 days. I'm not against any employers here, but make sure that you have interest on delayed payments to cover you as well as a contractor. Another very important thing we have seen in the African jurisdiction, the dispute board provisions are being deleted, omitted completely from the contract, and I think the FIDIC has made a lot of achievements in the dispute board. In Egypt, even CERSECA, the Cairo Regional Center for International Commercial Arbitration, have issued amazing dispute board rules, because the government is tending to go to the local, the CERSECA arbitration rule, the dispute board of CERSECA, because they feel it's more of Egyptianized. So I encourage you, if you're a foreign contractor, to make sure that you have the dispute board provisions in the contract, they're not omitted, because really the dispute boards are so crucial nowadays. They are people who are experienced, who know what's an escalation, the global inflation, and will be able to convey to the parties the impact. As well, if you're an investor, make sure that you're going to an arbitration-friendly jurisdiction where you make sure that the arbitration awards will be enforced. So these are my advices for future or contract provision to cope up with the global inflation and devaluation.
Thank you. Nicholas, in the earlier speech by Mr. Mwangi, he had talked about the role of innovation in project management, in cost management. What role are you seeing with regards to innovation in handling these issues?
Yeah, there we go. So we are seeing a lot of innovation in the construction industry recently, which is a bit alien to the industry, because traditionally construction has been lagging behind terribly in technology for many years. But as James mentioned in his opening speech, the use of business information modeling, I believe is a game changer for bringing down costs across the board on infrastructure projects. Now, BIM now goes beyond the traditional 2D and 3D models to now incorporate 4D and 5D, so 4D cost and 5D schedule to help manage the project in a more coordinated and efficient manner. And we are now seeing BIM incorporate 6D for sustainability and 7D for life cycle management into infrastructure projects. So really encompassing many aspects of the projects now into these models. And recent reports and studies are now saying that BIM can drive down efficiencies to reduce overall construction costs by around 15 to 20%. So it's a bit of a no-brainer to be using BIM on infrastructure projects, particularly large ones. And some European countries are now legislating for the use of BIM on government projects above a certain cost threshold. For example, public-funded projects over 50 million euros. And so, if we turn to the use of BIM in Africa, we see a bit of a slow rollout for use on projects, mostly due to the lack of technical capacity and governments legislating for its use. However, we're seeing likes of Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and Morocco all making strides to now legislate for the use of BIM on infrastructure projects. There's also an organization formed called BIM Africa, who held their first summit last year in Marrakesh, and they promote the adoption of BIM across Africa. They develop standards and guidelines, and provide education and training, and industry collaboration and networking, and also undertake research and development for new BIM technologies. So BIM adoption on projects can also assist the dispute resolution process too. So when BIM is used throughout the project, we can produce detailed visualizations of the area of the construction that's in dispute. For example, you can run a construction sequence visual alongside a P6 program now to assist arbitrators in better understanding some of the issues. So it's becoming a real powerful tool in that process. And also, as James mentioned, we're taking this a step further now with mixed and augmented reality. We now have these headsets with sort of transparent visors that you sort of look around a room like this, and you can see the model superimposed onto the building. So you can see things like the HVAC system and the steel frame structure that you wouldn't be able to see without that. So these are, as I say, really powerful tools now to help us, and also the plan is to also have someone on site with one of these headsets with a live camera feed to the office to to help during perhaps a dispute resolution process and assist those involved. In terms of AI, we can look at that, but we're still in the early stages of adopting that globally for construction and infrastructure projects, and so we don't fully understand the impact it's going to have on the construction industry. But Autodesk, a major player in the construction software industry, are focusing heavily on the utilization of AI, and some of the potential uses of AI are project planning and design, where AI can analyze vast amounts of data to optimize the planning and design phases of construction projects. And it can also help with supply chain management, where AI algorithms can optimize supply chain operations. It also helps with quality control, where AI can improve quality control processes by analyzing data from sensors and cameras to detect defects and deviations from specifications. So I think in the near future, AI, along with BIM, will be another game changer for the construction industry.
Thanks for that, Nicholas. We'll now move on to financing. I mean, over the last couple of decades, infrastructure in Africa has primarily been funded by governments, initially through very traditional EPC structure, where effectively the government goes out through an RFP, gets a contractor, it gets built, and it's paid for by government. More recently, we have been seeing EPCF structures, where in addition to the first model, the contractor secures funding, which is then paid over a period of time. But effectively, these structures require government to take on debt or funding from their balance sheet. Shola, what has been the impact of the deteriorating balance sheets across the continent on these traditional models of funding infrastructure on the continent?
Thank you. I think you're spot on in terms of the traditional method of financing, which has been governments have assigned the underlying asset to private entities, and then provided some sort of sovereign guarantee to back that project. I think we're slightly moving away from that because government just don't have the capacity in terms of finances to these projects. So I think going forward, you're going to see more and more multilateral and bilateral agencies funding these projects. And I think the clamor and also the appetite is definitely there. The private sector have always been willing to outlay funds for these projects. So for me personally, I think that's the best structure. I think governments in particular, the less financial commitment they have in these, better. If you look at a live example in Nigeria, the Lagos Coastal Road, the funding provided by government there is significant. And it's a massive project. It's obviously part of the Trans-African Highway Network. Sitting here, in all objectivity, I'm not quite sure if that financial commitment will be completed. But we let's wait and see. But for me, sovereign debt is at a massive point at the moment, to the extent where I think rather than allocating funds to infrastructure projects, I think African governments should look into different country needs. And also, I think capacity comes into it as well. Apart from the financial commitment, I think government need to understand that the private sector has more capacity, technically, to be able to delve into these projects. There's always political angle to it when it comes to government, and that's also a massive factor. But going forward, I think you're going to find a lot more, like I said before, grant-based funding, multilateral funding, DFI funding, and I think that's the way to go because they understand the nature of the business and the nature of the beast. Thank you.
And Angie, from, I guess, a North African Egypt perspective, is the Egyptian government still looking at funding projects on its balance sheets, or what is its plans given its current state of its balance sheet?
Well, Egypt recognized that the infrastructure projects are really, as Engineer James just mentioned, they are the pillars of the economy. We need to develop the infrastructure projects. And the government doesn't have the enough financing to be able to finance such projects because they're so important to the people. So they resort to the private sector. And because they have state budgetary constraints, and they want to reduce the sovereign borrowing, and because, as Sholo mentioned, there is the good technicalities of the private sector, they want to make use of it, the efficiency of it, and they resort to the PPP model. The state resorts to the PPP model and pass the risk to the private investor. The private investor, by financing or resorting to the bank, he is trying to pass some risks to it. As we all know, the lenders doesn't share any commercial risks and pass it down. So in that, I usually quote Mark Twain, the American comedian, who says, "A banker is a fellow who lends you his umbrella when the sun is shining, but wants it back the minute it begins to rain." So that's indeed what the lending is. So I hope none of the lenders are here or any banks, but that's what usually happens. You found on that you have a lot of relationship, a lot of stakeholder. You have the procurer or the off-taker. You have the special purpose vehicle company or the SPV. You have the lender. You have the EPC contractor. And you can imagine the amount of contractual agreements that you have. You have the power purchase agreement or the water purchase agreement. You have the loan agreement. You have the EPC contract. A lot of regulation, as Engineer James has mentioned, a lot of legal regulations, a lot of environmental regulation that has to be somehow harmonized across them all. I'm working now in a research on how to make sure that there is no conflict across the board or those four agreements in terms of common law, civil law, because you'd find that the loan agreement under the common law, the EPC contractor under civil law, and a lot of obligation passing back and forth. So in that, we are a lot talking about the lenders. The Egyptian government is usually cooperating with the Multilateral Development Bank. And I want to highlight the importance of having the MDBs on board and how they supported really Egypt for the development of the infrastructure. They have huge expertise. They have a lot of interference in the drafting on the contracts pre the signature pre the award, in drafting proper contracts, making sure that the dispute resolution clauses are properly drafted, dispute boards are not omitted, escalation formulas are properly drafted as well. So really the role of the MDBs having their mandate for the development of the country and not competing over interest rate, I just really want to highlight the importance of having MDBs, and especially for the sustainability, because they have a very strict regulation about the environmental part and the sustainability. So that will definitely help the developing country in going in the green part that we're talking about right now.
Nicholas, you earlier spoke about innovation from a technology perspective. Are you seeing any innovation from a financing perspective?
I think so. I think in terms of blended finance is very interesting. That we should perhaps just take a moment to look at it, which uses the capital from public and philanthropic sources to provide to increase private sector investment in sustainable development projects. And this approach is used to mitigate investment risks and make projects more attractive to private investors. And for example, the Africa 50 Investment Bank, which combines funding from African governments, banks, and international financial institutions to finance infrastructure projects across the continent. And it really focuses on your high impact national and regional sustainable development projects in sectors like energy, transport, and water. But I think one of the important things with these blended finance models, particularly for Africa 50 Investment Bank, is to perhaps build its technical capacity, much in the same way as the World Bank and the Asian Development Banks have done, and provide governments with technical assistance for the planning and execution of large infrastructure projects. And they may be doing this to a certain level, a certain degree already, but this could be another sort of angle for building capacity within African government organizations.
Matthew, you do a lot of work in the Middle East. What are you seeing in these emerging markets in terms of financing innovation? Is it still the government largely funding it through traditional EPC, EPCF structures, because potentially or very likely their balance sheets are not having the same negative impact that we've had in Africa? Or are you seeing innovation in that sector? And if you are, I think one of the key challenges we find in looking at innovation in financing is dealing with what I call offtake risk. And so we have had many projects labeled as PPPs, but effectively offtake risk has to sit in government to ensure bankability. And I've been on the other side of the table with government where they probably rightfully ask the question, if we're still taking the offtake risk, where is the innovation in that? So beyond moving construction risk to the private sector, on the continent, we really haven't seen much movement in terms of moving offtake risk. You've seen it in some sectors like mobile telephony, etc., but not in traditional infrastructure. Is there anything you're seeing in the Middle East and other emerging markets that are truly innovative in these areas?
So I think the answer to that is it's a work in progress, is the short answer. And I think, like with the continent of Africa, which is obviously huge and has different challenges in different parts of the continent, it's just in COSM, that's also the experience in the GCC in particular. You're seeing different needs for the requirement to raise financing depending on, if you like, the overall strength of the economy in any given sector, and also the demands on the economy in any given sector. So to give a few examples, for example, in Oman, I think there was quite a lot of interest in PPP contracts. I think because there was that perception that the government didn't have quite the depth of sort of balance sheet reserves for them to deliver the infrastructure projects that they wanted to deliver. And so then you could start to get a certain level of innovation, particularly in terms of looking at specific projects in specific sectors where you could bring in investors who would then be effectively providing some of the operation, and therefore some of the funding would be through that long-term operation of a particular developed asset. I'm thinking, for example, ports. That's a pretty good example in Oman. I think Qatar, which is the country which I have most experience, they really didn't need to do much infrastructure financing and funding because they had a very deep balance sheet and essentially a balance sheet profit pretty much every year on a government level. I think Saudi Arabia is probably the most interesting market to watch because on the one level it's obviously a huge country with huge infrastructure and development needs and drivers at the current time. A very, very large and strong economy, but because of the number of projects that they are wanting to develop towards a number of goals that they want to deliver really within probably the next 7 to 8 years, and we're thinking of things like they're going to host an expo, in all likelihood 2034 World Cup will be there. There was even talk, suspend your disbelief, of the Winter Olympics possibly even being in Saudi Arabia. So, the number of projects that they're going to be delivering, you've started to see ways in which they are wanting to diversify the sources of funding for those projects, so that you don't have too much of a drain on the government balance sheet. So, for example, they were looking at additional share offerings in Saudi Aramco. That's an obvious way to raise revenue. Sukuks, which is the Islamic finance world's answer to bonds. That was a way in which to issue new sukuks in order to bring in that foreign investment. So you're definitely beginning to see interesting and diverse range of funding and financing of the projects. In terms of bringing in the private sector in order to deliver and particularly, as you say, start to take the risk of some of the offtake, I think the honest answer is that the private sector will usually look for the low-hanging fruit to start off with. They'll look for the projects that are, from a revenue perspective and from a delivery perspective, the most secure ways of doing that. Toll roads is going to be an obvious example. That's a very easy way. It's not usually the most complicated project from a delivery perspective, and the model of a toll road can be pretty easily mapped and can start to derive the revenue. I think where it starts to get more difficult, and we've certainly seen this from, if you like, lessons from the UK, is complex infrastructure projects. So I'm thinking in particular London Underground. We saw actually a lot of those PPP type models not succeeding precisely because it began to get so difficult to define, well, what were the needs and how are you going to define the way in which you had met those needs in order to deliver both the requirement of the infrastructure development but also service to the members of the public in that instance.
I'd love to see the snow risk provision on the Winter Olympics contracts and who takes that. We'll now move on to another related topic, which is government capacity. Shola, whether you're doing traditional EPC, EPCFs, PPPs, or other even more innovative financing structures, as pointed out by Matthew, ultimately government capacity in being able to oversee and execute these projects is critical. Firstly, do you feel that African governments are better able to execute on certain types of projects versus others? For example, EPC, EPCFs versus PPPs. Where do you see the challenges from a government perspective, from a government capacity to execute on these projects?
So the model I prefer in terms of government involvement is concessions and in the context of PPPs. As a private sector individual, I'm saying to the government, please just give me this asset to manage over a concession period of 20 to 25 years. I don't want you to get involved. I will take the project on from start to finish, from conception to finish, and I will keep you abreast of what's going on. But please, what I require from you is, can you give a project company or an SPV a tax waiver? Can you make the regulatory landscape more amenable to the private sector? Can you do that as a government? And I think that's so germane in execution of projects. Concession models for me are great because you have a varying structure that you can use. You can design, build, finance, build, operate, transfer, build, operate, own, transfer. There's so many models that you can select. But as a government, I'm pleading with government now, or can you do your jobs in terms of, can you make permit applications more expedited? Everything is so protracted in Africa, and this is what delays projects. So in terms of capacity, they need to also learn from the private sector in terms of technical expertise, because the private sector wants things done yesterday. But there needs to be more stakeholder engagement. I find that for a country like Nigeria as well, different layers of government. You've got the federal government, you've got the state government, and then you've got the local government, and there's absolutely no integration or interaction between any of these governments. And again, the AFCFTA is so critical because in terms of infrastructure, there's going to be a lot of intra-African infrastructure. Regional integration is so important. I know the East African community have done a great job in terms of integration, but ECOWAS, where I'm from, West Africa, I'm not quite sure. The transatlantic highway goes from Nigeria and is going to go all the way along Senegal and so and so. There needs to be more stakeholder management. There needs to be social impact when it comes to infrastructure projects. You need to have community engagement. These things are so critical. So the government actually needs to take the forefront in terms of making the laws, the regulatory, the landscape more amenable to the private sector, and let the private sector do their job. We have the technical expertise. Thank you.
Matthew, just touching on what Shola just said, I guess his argument is that because government have to do less on a PPP or a concession, you're then less likely to have challenges from a government perspective. However, what we found on concessioning and PPP projects, practically because they're relatively new, the challenges tend to be on getting the procurement right and then getting a bankable concession arrangement right. Whilst with traditional EPC and EPCFs, government has to do more. They've been doing it for decades. Do you see the same challenges both in the continent and in the Middle East in terms of being able to move these projects that are structured on a PPP or concession basis? Because like I said, I think over here we are still finding the challenge in the region around the procurement process and the concessioning process to ensure bankability.
I think one of the obvious problems of the, if you like, the concession model is going to be twofold. First, what what is the type of, that's better, what is the type of project in terms of what is the infrastructure being delivered? And I think the more complex that that type of infrastructure, the more risky that is, and the more nervous you will find both the private sector and even institutional funders and multilateral development banks that are thinking of investing in those types of projects. And with that comes the delivery risk. With that also comes political risk. A good example is, for example, a type of hospital that if you're trying to develop that, well, you may find that a subsequent government comes in and they have a different set of priorities. So that can be a real problem then selling that, if you like, both to government and to the international development banks, for them to have that confidence to say, well, we are going to buy into that long-term delivery and that long-term project. It's why, to some extent, while there remains a level of political development, change, instability, dare I say it, within the continent, that funders and development banks will be that little bit more reluctant to go for those longer term concessions and say to investors, well, let's go for something more straightforward, such as an EPCF type delivery, because that's a shorter term commitment. So I think that is, until such time as you get that slightly longer term political stability and development, that's going to take time to then feed through into the way in which projects are delivered. I mean, I think that one thing that I'm particularly interested in seeing is that now that Kenya has got a new constitution and that has, really quite substantially changed that level of political stability within this country, you might start to see multilateral development banks becoming more interested in funding projects here, believing that with that more secure framework politically, that might then lead to a desire to see those longer term, slightly more complex projects on the sorts of structures that Shoda was identifying, things like design, build, operate, and then transfer. Well, that's going to be a much longer term type of development project, and therefore you need that political stability in order to achieve that.
Nicholas, what do you think we can do to build up government capacity? You probably sit on government side or on the other side during these projects. What can all of us do to ensure government capacity from a legal, from a technical, from a management perspective can be ramped up so that we can escalate these projects as are required?
Yeah, so I think obviously capacity building in Africa is still a concern, although recent years have seen a real effort to try and transfer knowledge and skills from the international market through specific clauses in PMC and EPC contracts to allow capacity building on large infrastructure projects. I was fortunate to be part of a project management team in Gabon tasked with assisting the Gabonese government in developing and executing a comprehensive national infrastructure plan. And this plan was designed to span over several years and included projects across key sectors such as transportation, housing, education, health, and water resources. And the initial expat team consisted of around 180 US, UK, French engineers and project managers who were seconded into the government to oversee the execution of this plan. And so many infrastructure projects were delivered successfully whilst providing training for the existing government employees and teams. So local staff were trained in areas such as managing commercial contracts with overseas companies, scheduling, procurement and supply chain management, construction management and engineering. And year on year, that expat team were reduced when training to the government team was deemed to be successful. So eventually the government would have the local staff and processes in place to continue with their future infrastructure projects. So on-the-job training through PMC and EPC contracts is a very effective way of building capacity in government organisations. And over the years, I've also applied some tools to assist with capacity building to employers. And so, fundamental to any infrastructure project is a solid and robust risk management system. And something I've rolled out to employers and government organisations over the years is a centralised technical risk library. So about 15 years ago, I began sort of collating, common technical risks across infrastructure projects in areas such as rail, mining, oil and gas, ports, airports, amongst others. And so I gathered this technical information from our own, companies, projects, colleagues, previous projects, also from employers, consultants, and contractors who I'd worked with over the years. And so I centralized these technical risks into this library, which I then used to facilitate risk workshops with employers and government organizations at the outset of new construction infrastructure projects. So during the workshop, you essentially choose the relevant technical risks to your infrastructure project and manage these risks throughout the project life cycle. So now, obviously, the primary use of this was of course to manage the risks throughout the project, but it can also ensure that knowledge stays within the organisation, particularly a government organisation, and it doesn't leave with certain individuals when they leave the organisation. So not only does it help with capacity building, it also assists with internal transfer, knowledge transfer over time.
Thanks for that. We will now move to the last topic for discussion. I think we should be done fairly shortly for those of you who desperately need a coffee break. And this is the green transition. NG, I'll start with you. What does the green transition mean from a legal perspective in terms of ESG legal provisions in construction contracts?
Well, ESG became very important to every aspect on our life, and construction is not an exception. Most of the developers and the contractor are appreciating the green construction. The developers are understanding that this is going to be increasing the value of their assets, and they want to push for the green construction. Similarly, the contractor wants to go to that area because there's a lot of competition right now. All of the developers want a contractor who use green material and so forth for the recycling. It's very challenging as well for the contractors. So all of the stakeholders are very much into that. Traditionally, most of the construction contracts were focused on time and cost, but now we're going to see a development in the green construction and incorporation of those in the contract. I have to acknowledge the FIDIC because there is the Sustainable Development Guidelines, which are aiming to come and educate people about how the risks are allocated to different parties in terms of green construction. The FIDIC as well has the FIDIC Climate Charter. That was in 21. I think that was really important, which I hope to see more, something out of it coming soon in the making. And that's as well talking about the risk allocation for green construction. A huge development was done by the NEC. They have NEC 4 for the ECC. They have a very nice document called X29 clause. And X29 clause is really amazing, which I really wish that it's incorporated in the FIDIC because NEC is not common in our area. The NEC is having, talking about the climate change plan and is linking everything to the climate change plan. Contractor obligation to the climate change plan, early warning to the climate change plan, compensation to the climate change plan, value engineering, inviting the contractors to do proposal for the green construction. So this is really, I find the document really amazing. It's for free as well, and the NEC website. And I really wish that the FIDIC would do more effort in that. So this is more of the contractual aspects on
Shola, as you're negotiating construction contracts, are you seeing ESG provisions taking a bigger role on provisions and negotiations?
Yeah, 100%. Not only in the contractual stage, but also in the procurement stage. You're going to see more financiers request, things like environmental remediation plans or policies in the contracting process. So that's something that's, going to emerge as time goes on. But I think from a contractual perspective, ESG reps and warranties are becoming more and more the norm. So that is definitely going to take place. And finally, ESG is the buzzword, right? You're not going to get financing if you don't have ESG considerations in. Also the project implementation stage. Finally, contractual. Financiers want government's policy in the contract to see how the SPV or the project companies is governed and administered. Thank you.
Matthew, do you just want to add on to that in terms of your experience on what you're seeing? I guess there's a view that lawyers will get pages of reps and warranties and we need to stick them in and not bother reading them, but is that really your experience, or do lawyers really need to get to understand what these provisions mean substantively and legally?
They definitely have to understand them substantively because, and I think it was something that Engineer James was talking about earlier in terms of the sustainability of projects. An obvious way of doing that, and this particularly feeds into these longer structures where you're talking about, say, a DBOT type structure, you can offset the cost, and there often is increased cost of green technology and or, for example, highly solar efficient glazing by a lower OPEX cost. So the lawyers have to be involved to understand that sort of CAPEX to OPEX sort of transition of the cost so as to be able to deliver ultimately both something that is right for the client and also meeting green criteria?
Nicholas, on your side, there's a lot of talk about opportunities on the continent arising from the green transition. A, what do you see as being those opportunities? But B, there are concerns that the green transition could add to inflationary pressures that we're already facing. Can you speak to those two issues in relation to the transition?
Sure. So I think, firstly, on some of the opportunities, I think the mining industry is of course the cornerstone of Africa's economy, but has the reputation of not being particularly good for the environment. So I see there are unique opportunities for Africa to lead the way in green mining initiatives. In the UK, I drive an electric car, and I'm forever being told by people, well, do you know how much energy was used to mine the materials for that large battery in your car? And so mining is perceived as a bit of a dirty industry. And so I think there's an opportunity for Africa to lead the world in sustainable mining practices. And some mining companies in Africa are investing in solar power to run their operations. For example, mines in Namibia and Burkina Faso have implemented solar power systems, significantly reducing their carbon emissions. And in South Africa, the Vele Colliery has undertaken extensive rehabilitation efforts, including reforestation of mined areas and protection of surrounding natural habitats. And also the Kibali gold mine in the DRC has implemented advanced water recycling systems to reduce freshwater consumption. So I think there's a great opportunity for Africa to really lead the world in sustainable mining practices, and I hope it does do, if only to stop me getting stick for my electric car. But also, in terms of this added cost associated with the green transition, perhaps I'll just sort of focus on the costs, the capital costs around projects, particularly around climate resilience. And it's easy to get swept up in the climate change discussion and think, well, we need to over-engineer everything because we're apparently faced with doom somewhere in the future. And we obviously need to reduce global carbon emissions as a precautionary principle, but I think we need to approach the spend on climate resilient infrastructure in a measured and pragmatic way, particularly when raising capital for infrastructure projects in Africa is already extremely challenging. So what data is informing the level to which we build climate resilient infrastructure? As an example, where we rely on some of these climate models to shape infrastructure projects, back in 2007, 2008, I wrote a shoreline management plan for the Scottish Government, which planned engineering solutions for coastal flooding and erosion. And this plan predicted flooding over 20 years, 50 years, 70 years, and 100 years. And we used the Intergovernment Panel on Climate Change sea level rise data to project flooding over the Scottish coast. And the modelling produced some startling results. And back then in 2007, and where parts of the Scottish coastline were flooded within the first 20 years. We checked our model time and time again, and we're still getting the same results. And so we eventually published the report, and of course there was outrage that the world-famous St Andrews golf course would be underwater within the next 20 years. But if you sort of roll on 16 years now and you visit St Andrews golf course, you'll see it still functioning perfectly well with no engineering solutions in place. I'm probably not going to get a Christmas card from Greta by saying this, but so the point I'm trying to make is let's approach climate resilient infrastructure in a pragmatic way. It may be that climate resilient infrastructure planned for African countries is way too costly and doesn't get built at all, when it could be built with scope for easy future adaptation without the heavy burden of high initial capital costs associated with climate resilience. And so recently in Kenya, we've had some awful and devastating floods. And so do we need to spend X percentage on climate resilient drainage to address the next 100 years? Or do we provide adequate drainage now or for the next 10 years with scope to upgrade easily in the future? These are all questions I think that should be asked when talking about climate resilient infrastructure.
Thank you for that. I am told, unfortunately, we are out of time. And unfortunately, also, we don't have the time for a Q&A. So for those of you who have burning questions for our fabulous panel over here, please grab them during the coffee break or the lunch break. But I do want to thank, firstly, this excellent group of panelists, and I want to thank you for listening to us. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a hand once more for our panel. Allow me to ask the panel to first stay on stage. I would request the panel to stay on the stage so we can take a photo session. Yeah. Please come back to the stage. John, Mark, where are you? Ladies and gentlemen, as we look for a photographer, the very key things that were being spoken during the conference, you know, it's a conference, things are bound to happen. During this time, please take out your phones with your neighbor, go on Twitter, go on Instagram, and let people know that you're at the ACL Conference 2024. Possibly you could start with our panelists who can just take a huge, big selfie of themselves so that now everyone can know that we are at the ACL Conference 2024. This panel was led by the great Amin Musa, and this was discussing matters of infrastructure development and financing in Africa's construction sector. The three key things that we were trying to address over here was companies continuing to be a going concern, partnering with government, sustainability, and of course, most importantly, risk management. I think the highlight for me was the joke from Dr. Ng talking about a banker, saying that a banker is one who gives you an umbrella during the sunny season, but wants it back as soon as it begins to rain. And I think that can be said of most companies. Nobody wants to be left with a bag or holding the cart with the bags. And ladies and gentlemen, I will request that as we go for our coffee break, please go take your coffee, come back in so that we can transition into the next panel conversation. So I'll literally give you 5 minutes. Please go grab a cup of coffee, take a quick condiment or something to accompany it, and thereafter, please just come back in and we can transition into the next panel conversation. One more time, ladies and gentlemen, a hand for the panel that we just had. With us was Amin Musa, Dr. Ng Sarag, Matthew Walker, Nicholas Kane, and Sholabade Shobetun. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 minutes, please go and have your cup of coffee. And if you're following us online, this is also a great opportunity for you to grab a cup of coffee wherever you are. Please also just take a selfie and put the hashtag ACL Conference 2024. See you back here in the next 5 minutes.
Yes. Yes. involved in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL membership initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors,
by the British government in some of their work. So, I'm just trying to give you an idea that it's quite a solid piece of research paper. So, if I can, let's see if this works. Can I get the slides? There we go.
Where do we point the clicker?
Do I need to point? Point over there. That makes sense. Up. Am I doing something wrong?
One more. Point on his.
Oh, there we go. There.
Okay.
All right, there we go. There we go. Sorry about that.
You can see from there.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. All right, finding my spot here. Okay, so the headline figures that of the underpinning data here is that the data that this report relies on hinges on 1,800 projects around the world, 106 different countries, trillions of total capex investment, 875 years plus of total extension of time, and $91 billion in total costs claimed. So this is just to give you a global insight. And if we move then on to Africa, which is obviously of relevance today, on the right-hand side, you can see the data that underpins the Africa section of this report. So, look at that in your own time. But I suppose the first headline-catching quote is what I'm sharing there at the top of the screen, that the toll of claims and disputes, both in time and financial impact, is heavier in Africa than in any other region globally. So that's illustrated in the table below, where if we're looking at the cost claimed in Africa, the average cost claimed is in the region of 63% on average, versus the rest of the world where it is 32%. So basically what we're saying here is if a project capex is 100 million, if it's about 100 million, then on average contractors are claiming 63 million on top of that in terms of claims and dispute. And the same goes for the EOT claim. So you can see there's a stark difference between the African numbers and the rest of the world numbers, thus illustrating the quote above. Obviously, this provides a lot of food for thought and a lot of food for debate and discussion. Why is this the case? Are there historical issues that feed into this? Is it about the preparedness of the industry? There's obviously a lot to discuss here. And this isn't the specific point of today's session, which is about the causes. So despite that, I thought it was interesting enough just to put this up on the screen so to catch everyone's attention in this respect. So then I'll move on to
The tech is over there.
the specific Africa causes. There we go. So this comes from our report. It provides a ranking of the top causes of claims and disputes on the continent. And in red, what I've done is to also highlight in which of those categories Africa stands out from the rest of the world. Again, it's not perhaps the main topic of this discussion today, but interesting nevertheless. So I'm not going to go through all of them. I just thought I'll touch on a few which I find particularly important, just to give you a bit of a flavor. And then we can just open up for debates and discussions and seeing, whether people's personal experiences align with these causes or whether you have other views. Short disclaimer, this is a very broad brush approach. This is Africa throughout all regions, all sectors. Obviously, the reality is much more nuanced, much more complex than this. The report does go into that level of detail, but I think that for the purpose of discussion, it's interesting just to have this high level data. So the first one, access to site, late access to site. This is one that, in my personal experience, I am very well acquainted with, and I can echo this number one on the ranking. That might be because I work primarily with mega projects, so there you've got the situation where when you've got initial delays by the first contractors coming in, you automatically have a knock-on domino effect on all the other contractors. So it kind of compounds that late access claims throughout a project, because it immediately affects multiple contractors, subcontractors, etc. Interestingly on this point is that it's the #1 cause in Africa, whereas it is only the 10th in the rest of the world. Again, a point worth thinking about in terms of causation and what are the reasons for this. Change in scope, it's a pretty universal one. It's #2 ranked in Africa, but it's up there in all regions. And I think it makes sense. It's a very complex area. When you're talking change of scope, you immediately have financial, technical, commercial, contractual implications. And as a project, you need to resolve all of that while you're still running your original project in parallel. So in my experience, I have yet to see a project where there were sufficient resources and time to be able to focus on resolving that. It's further compounded by many contract forms which allow engineers, employers, project administrators to instruct variations without having determined the actual impact. So the contractor is bound to go ahead, and you'll deal with the contractual and commercial financial implications further down the line. When you get to that point, you realize that the employer and the contractor are like miles apart. And then the fun starts. Cash flow. Sorry. Yeah. On the cash flow and payment issues, there has been talk about that cash flow. The reason for it might be that in Africa there isn't a statutory adjudication procedure as in other parts of the world. That might be the case to some extent, but in my experience, the cash flow issues come due to protracted dispute resolution processes, where the contractors carry the cost of claim events, and it takes years, months in some cases, to resolve that. All that time, the contractor is carrying that cost. And there's an end to that. There's a finite amount of resources to deal with that. I'll just touch on one more. Contract interpretation issues, just because of the importance in this forum. It just shows the importance and the relevance and the dependency that the industry has for sound, legal, contractual advice, precise contract drafting, because again and again, this is one of the big issues in contract disputes. And finally, I just wanted to highlight, and I think it'd be remiss not to, about the reality of corruption and how corruption, it's a reality. It's a reality in Africa as it is in many other parts of the world. My own experience with that is in Africa, so I can only talk to that. But the reality is that all of these causes listed here can be used to mask corruption. We've seen that time and time again. As HK, we are working very closely with the SIU in South Africa, with the Special Investigation Unit for the past few years, trying to identify, quantify, and recover corruption on some of the mega projects in South Africa. So all these causes that we've listed here, they might be true on paper, but just in the back of your mind, you need to think, is there something else? Because often there is. Corruption is very creative, and they'll find a way to fit into the processes that are available to them to make it work. And with that, I'm done.
Thanks, Stefano. So let's hold that slide up there so that we can really interrogate some of these things. And yes, I think there may be differences in different jurisdictions or in different arising from different contract forms or from different sectoral areas. But let's see what our panelists' experience have been. So Niaga, your experience, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, DRC, do the findings of this CROC survey that we're looking at here on this screen, do they resonate with your experience?
Thank you. I will give you a number of areas that I have found to be the major causes of disputes in the region. And I want to begin by saying that there are those that I consider to be the root causes, and then there are the drivers which drive the root causes through the stages of disagreement to disputes. And the root causes are listed here, but like my colleague has said, these are sometimes dressed, they are dressings to some other more serious issues or intentions. Now, looking at what I have experienced as a quantity surveyor and as I do arbitration and as I represent parties, I have found that ambiguity in contract drafting is a big problem. And some of the ambiguities are not in the standard contracts, but they come when consultants, especially quantity surveyors and engineers who prepare contracts and bid documents and contracts, amend the contracts. Now, the ambiguities may not actually be for lack of knowledge, but they may be intentional, unfortunately. He just talked about corruption, and sometimes the ambiguities are just are aimed at reaping certain corners of the contracts for some benefits. Ambiguities also come because of lack of clear understanding, and as a result of lack of understanding of the neutral role that consultants must play in a contract. And because historically this region believes that the person who pays you a check is the one that you have to be to pay allegiance to, and so consultants in this region pay their allegiance to the employer rather than to the contract, even when they are contract administrators. And so because of that confusion of allegiance, the direction of allegiance, ambiguities come in. Sometimes they are very intentional. Other times they are driven by what we say is at the back of our minds, that I have to serve a certain person, the employer, and give them advantages in this contract. There is also another issue which comes from consultants, and this is the culture of impunity. And because of imbalance of power, historical imbalance of power between professionals and the contractors, and traditionally, consultants, professionals say what needs to be done, and the contractors do what consultants say. And because of that, the consultants are not very careful. And in quite a number of disputes that I have come across, the cause has been recklessness, carelessness, and movement on the basis of what I say is law. Forget what the contract says. Let's do what I say. But there's another issue of this impunity, which also comes in. And in Kenya, Kenyans know what we call utadu. What will you do? And this comes from both contractors and employers, where because of the breakdown in the administration of justice in this country, again, my colleague has called it corruption. It can be given very many glittering names to cover the mess. Because of this breakdown in the administration of justice, both through government procedures and also sometimes in our courts of law, impunity has taken root, and contractors work, and when they are done with their work, they are not paid. And it's not that the payer does not know, does not appreciate the value, has not been advised, but the issue is, I will not pay you, na utadu. So that happens. Now, there is another cause that we have, which is also now the change in the balance of power between contract administrators and contractors. There is a reawakening of contractors through education, through seminars, and also through engagement of the counterparts of consultants. For example, I work for many contractors and employers also in contract administration. And I will therefore question impunity. I will question things that are done wrongly. I will question unconscionable introductions into the contract. And because of the imbalance of power, because of the historical impunity that contract administrators have carried, they will not listen to me. They will still be carrying that I am boss. And that is has brought a lot of disputes. Now, we may be looking at another cause, which is related to cash flow arrangements, but this one is in the horizon. It's coming because of the global adjustments, global political and financial adjustments. We are looking at a world which is going multipolar. We are looking at competition against the dollar. And for contracts that are denominated in dollars, as the push and pull with BRICS and also individual countries takes root, there's going to be a lot of hiatus in that area of foreign currency equivalents, and this may catch some employers unprepared. And this will definitely be a cause to look out to going forward.
Niaka, if I can just pause you there for a minute, because I'd like to bring in Anthony, who also, like you, has a QS background and East Africa experience and worked in other regions. Anthony, are you seeing when you look at those causes, maybe you have some other causes which you think might come up, but can you discern anything in terms of contractual differences or regional cultural differences which may be playing with these kind of with these statistics, which might give a different view from what we might be looking at on the screen?
Okay, thank you very much for that. Well, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm very pleased to be here. So I'm going to give you my view from a council's point of view and a tribunal point of view. That's okay. Oh, closer. Oh, okay, sorry. Yeah, so I'm going to give you my view from a council's point of view as an advocate, as well as a tribunal as an arbitrator or a DB or an adjudicator. So, I mean, there are two very fundamental root causes for all disputes on construction. That's time and money. So those two are the fundamental thing what contractors and employers fight about all the time, as well as subcontractors and main contractors. For what regulates what comes out of that and how they manifest in terms of what you see that list in front of you is the type of contract, because that's regulated by the obligations under the contract. So they may arrive under an EPC contract as something different as opposed to a contract that the employer designs and quantifies and provides a specification. So, but all in all, these are just different labels for the same thing, which is time and money. And you know, and I agree with the last speaker really in terms of sometimes you'll get a claim for a variation or a late approval from the engineer, a change of scope. And what drives that really is time, because one of the big claims at the end of the project is prolongation costs and extensions of times, or LDs. So contractors are very acute of making sure that they're covered when it comes to extensions of time and avoiding LADs. So the list that you see there frequently appear in all disputes, not just in Africa, in Europe and in Middle East. They'll be the same disputes. They may be a bit more efficient in dealing with them, but they are the same. You pick up whether it's an EPC contract, there'll be a change in scope, where it may be a variation in a different contract. The variation may arise from a change in design, or it may be a change in specification, or it may be a change in quantities, but you won't get that in an EPC contract. That will be termed as a just change in employees' requirements or the like. So the list there is pretty comprehensive, and you find those, but labelled differently. So my experience as a whole is that, you know, the disputes are as that list.
So you are in agreement with what the Crux survey is showing. That's important to note. And Thomas, you are working in that renewable space at Vincent Masons, and I think these trends identified by Stefan, are they in terms of what the top causes would be? Do you see any particular differences in the renewable space as a sector?
Well, you've raised a good point there, Suzanne. I mean, I think there's 2 points I would make more broadly. The first is that there are regional differences. We often use that adage that Africa is a continent, not a country, and the sorts of causes you see on the screen will differ in their ranking depending on whether you're in east, west, north, south, in the middle. And likewise, even within regions, you see differences between southern African countries, for example. But picking up your point on sectors, I mean, that's particularly important, and I do see quite stark differences, actually, between the causes of disputes as they arise on energy projects as a grouping, and even more so, actually, when you split that up between conventional power and renewable energy. There are differences there. And likewise, if you move into the infrastructure sector, there's, I see different types of root causes arising in that arena too. So, I mean, in preparation for this session, I did my kind of own mini Crux analysis, Stefan, so I took a leaf out of your book. And in the last 5 years of doing claims in Southern Africa, roughly 100 claims I've done over that period of time, and 30% of them concern technology and workmanship type issues, so allegations of defects, effectively. And when you look particularly at the renewables industry, that's where I see the largest cause of dispute arising, particularly coming from alleged defective work. That's probably not surprising because the technology in that arena moves very quickly. You see it in solar CSP, in solar PV, biomass, onshore, offshore wind. Lots of the major case law in the UK around fitness for purpose, for example, and changing in design standards derives from the renewable energy sector. And we see that kind of playing out in Southern African renewables too. But particularly with renewables, and just to stay on that sector, Suzanne, one particularity of Southern African, and to a larger extent, if I can generalize, African development, is that renewables projects are increasingly being delivered by private sector participants. The market is moving away from government-funded projects in renewables, particularly in South Africa. We did have the REAP regime, which has run through a number of bid windows, but now we're seeing IPP development, which is purely private-to-private delivery, but using the national state utility and grid to distribute that energy. And with that comes an interface issue. And the interface issue is with the state utility or the owner of that distribution and transmission network, and we're starting to see more and more claims now arising because that utility is not performing. They're not building the integration asset as quickly as they should. They're not providing the approvals on time. And all of that has a knock-on effect in terms of the delivery of the project, because that risk sits at a broader project level. The other point, and just finally, perhaps before kind of we move on from this, but we heard a little bit earlier about force majeure type claims. I think COVID and Ukraine war were used as examples, but there are particularities within the African context, and in my experience in South Africa, of community unrest, labor unrest, and issues around that, which drive quite large and significant force majeure type claims. I'm currently advising on a claim where the site has been shut down for a month because community unrest. Local leaders haven't had the assurances as to longevity of labour supply and project delivery. So that these sorts of issues play out very individually across the continent, across region, but they're the sorts of trends that I've been seeing.
Thank you very much. I think I would like, I hope there's a microphone moving around somewhere, because, sorry, I feel like my back's to the right side of the room, sorry. But I will look in that direction for a second. Just on this issue of causes of dispute, anyone thinks we've missed something on this list, has something which can add to this conversation? Maybe we can take a comment or a question before we move on to talking about how we deal with the disputes. Any brave person? Yes, the professor here is brave.
Thank you. Just a question. Generally, when we see these lists, and of course we are very familiar with the HKA report, there is always one cause in the first probably 10, I would say, 8, 10, which is inappropriate or unfair risk allocation, or kind of bad or poor contract drafting and things like that. So I was wondering whether why it was not there, and whether you have any comments on that, or indeed anybody else.
Well, in terms of bad contract drafting, I think that kind of falls under the contract interpretation issues, where the root cause of that is probably that bad contract drafting. I was saying earlier, I think it really just shows how strong the need remains for expertise in that area. I've seen way too many contracts, especially edits to contracts, which are done in the last hour or during the execution of the projects, that are done by people who are not appropriately qualified to do that, because it's seen as we're just editing a line here, or we're just making a small change. But those have really very important implications. So yeah.
Thanks for that question. James, yes.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to help me understand this table.
She took it away.
Okay, thank you. Just to help me appreciate this survey, I just wanted to find out the mix of the respondents to this survey. Is it contractors, engineers, financiers? What kind of mix was it? Just the first one. Then secondly, the level of competence of those who are administering this contract, would that fall under what you're calling contract management, or is it under what you're calling level of skill and experience? Because as my good friend Nyaga said, there's a very central person here who is the contract manager or an engineer. If this person themselves has an issue, then it may lead to a lot of this, and they become somebody who is also easy to be influenced, for lack of a better word. So I just wanted to get that understanding. Thank you.
Yeah, so on the second question, yes, it is about the level of skill and or experience it can be about anyone who's involved in the project, but primarily it talks to contract management. I think in my experience, I have seen as many good contract managers as I've seen contract managers who are not up to the task. And I think it has been underestimated for many years what the importance of good contract management is. I think for many, the job is done when the contract is signed, and it'll sort of sort itself out in some kind of way or another. But contract management is so key to the success of projects. In terms of your first question, it is primarily employers, contractors, and practitioners. I don't think financiers have had much of an influence in the survey, but it's generally all. So the criteria to be a project that falls into the survey was that I think it had to have a value over a certain amount, so that it was something sizable. It had to be within the construction or engineering industry. yeah, basically that, and then there had to be at least one claim on that project. So those were the sort of the three factors that qualified a project to be part of the survey.
Okay, so we're going to move into the second thematic area for our panel, and I will get to you, Mary, after this because it'll come in as well as you're gonna. My sisters, I have to hold their hands. I'm gonna call you. So definitely, Sylvia and Mary, I will give you a question. But hang on, we're going to talk a little bit about the mechanisms of dispute resolution, because that's the second thematic area we were asked to discuss. Thomas, maybe we can ask you to start. We talked about causes of dispute. We need to talk about dispute resolution mechanisms. What's working, maybe what's not, what hasn't worked so well. Are we managing to, there we go.
No, thank you, Susan. Hopefully you can see the slide. I was reluctant to put this up because there is a lot of detail there, and a lot of what's on there will be familiar, if not second nature to many of you, but I thought it worth just kind of outlining, what do we mean by alternative dispute resolution, and I've deliberately left arbitration off this list because I think there's a session on that tomorrow. But when we think of ADR, we tend to think immediately of formal processes. We tend to think of adjudication, DAB, and that sort of thing. But what this table shows, and what I was keen to make by way of my first point, is that there are contemporaneous project-level mechanisms which are available to all parties on all construction contracts, which act as that first line of defense. And those project-level processes are, in my mind, more important in preventing disputes in the first place and ensuring that there is a better chance of a good project outcome. So the first on that list, and I'll go through these just briefly, I'm conscious of time, but contract management, what I mean there is every contract, every construction contract has mechanisms for the exchange of information, for notifications to be given promptly. But if you look at the NEC, for example, they introduce early warning notices with the intention of highlighting potential problems before they escalate into something which may become a claim, become a dispute. And I know that FIDIC recently has done something similar. James is nodding his head feverishly at me there. And for me, those sorts of mechanisms are very important because they cost nothing. They're part of the contract anyway. And then you could end up with a resolution before you get even down the line of a 20.1 notice in the case of FIDIC or some other claim. But from there, and it can be the case that, and it often is the case that the issue will require some form of intervention. And again, the contract provides a mechanism for that typically. In FIDIC you have the engineer, in the JBCC you have the principal agent, in other contracts you have contract administrators, the architects, whatever you want to call it. But they're there in order to provide that, again, contemporaneous project level intervention, with the aim of resolving the claim and moving on. And again, that costs nothing. But importantly, and I think Anyaga touched on this earlier, that's really dependent upon the independence and impartiality of the contract administrator and the engineer. And too often you see situations where that engineer is effectively a mouthpiece for the employer, and very quickly, if that's the case, you can see that contemporaneous project level mechanism breaking down. But equally, I thought it important to mention those two because they are contractual processes and they're free. From there, of course, we go into what we would typically call alternative dispute resolution processes. Lots of these steps form tiered dispute resolution processes. Often you'd see executive meetings between directors or other senior representatives of the parties as a first stage, as a gateway to an arbitration or an adjudication. Expert determination is an interesting one because you see that generally in the context of very technical disputes. Again, it should be a quick process and low cost, but typically what you see happening there is disputes which perhaps go beyond those narrow issues and morphing into something bigger, which then sees that sort of process breaking down. Adjudication will be very familiar to the UK practitioners in the room. I've done a lot of this in the past before I moved to Johannesburg. That's underpinned by a United Kingdom statutory regime. In Africa, of course, I'm not aware of any state which has yet implemented a statutory regime for adjudication, but you do see it embodied in some of the standard form contracts, like the JBCC, for example, which I know is used in Kenya and Southern Africa. And that has its benefits because it's intended to be quick, it's cost effective, it's suited to most types of dispute, and it can provide a means through which the parties give effect to a decision. But you do see those sorts of mechanisms also abused and becoming increasingly complex through party behavior, and particularly where the regime, and I hate to give a bad name to us lawyers in the room, but we tend to make processes perhaps more formal than the contract drafters intended them to be. And then as we move on into DAB is, I think, is a more just extensive version of adjudication, really. Of course, the FIDIC forms have made that more popular. It's slightly lengthier. With that comes slightly more increased cost. But because it's got that lengthier process, it's perhaps slightly more robust than an ordinary adjudication. And the one just finally to leave the opening to the discussion with is a DAAB, and I think, James, you may have touched on this in your address and subsequently. Here we're talking about avoidance as well as adjudication. And I think this tries to take back the DAB to its original roots of being a contemporaneous process with a body of 3 technical engineers engaged on the project, able to provide recommendations to the parties as they go on, almost as a third-party facilitator. And hopefully we start to see more of that in disputes on the continent. I'm yet to see it, unfortunately, kind of come through. But in Europe and beyond, you do see more of it increasingly. That's probably due in large fact to the development of the FIDIC contract in 2017. But and that also kind of comes back to the top of where I started, because that would be an ongoing project mechanism, and the cost would be baked in at tender stage, because that board would be appointed as part of the tender. So I'll leave it there, and hopefully that gives you a good overview.
We have to invite him to spend some more time in Kenya, come to Tanzania, Zambia, where we have a lot of experience and a lot of running projects with the DABs. So that you can share those at the other events. But Nyaka, maybe just coming to you, I mean, are we focused enough on dispute avoidance? Because I mean, we're trying to tie this together with the previous theme of root causes. So what are we doing? Are we doing the things which address the root causes, or are we just doing what we're used to doing? Like, what are you seeing, Nyaka?
Thank you. The root causes of disputes are people. Disputes happen between people. And so if you're asking what you need to do to avoid or resolve disputes effectively, you're basically asking the question, what do we do with people who cause disputes and exacerbate disputes? So we have to identify the people involved, and I'll be dealing with participants. And my belief, and what I have seen from practice and from a long career in teaching, is that training is one of the key areas of intervention. And so it is necessary to train all participants in a project so that each one of them knows their role properly and they know how it contributes to disputes or the resolution of disputes. And so it is necessary to educate and train those who participate in the preparation of bidding documents. Those are the quantity surveyors, architects, engineers, and those who act as contract administrators so that they can understand their pivotal and critical role in dispute management and dispute resolution. And then it is necessary also to look at the, can I call it value chain, the financing chain. Because this one cause that is so critical, and it has caused a lot of havoc in many projects, and that is the financing, the flow of funds. Those funds come from financiers who are bankers. Bankers are not contractors, they are not developers, they are not contract administrators, and they give money so that they get interest. And they do not usually respect construction contracts. So it is necessary to identify that as a very serious area of training so that the bankers can understand what their actions or the lack thereof, delay in releasing funds, causes in terms of disputes and also escalation of cost in projects. There is also another area of dispute exacerbation, which is once a dispute begins and there are challenges, they go to court. And then when you go to the General Commercial Court, you're given a date in August 2026, and that is not effective dispute resolution. So it is necessary to establish dedicated sections in our commercial courts to deal with the disputes in the industry, so that they are fast-tracked and initial preliminary issues are dealt with quickly, and they are either returned to the dispute resolution mechanisms, or they are taken out and resolved in court. And for that to happen also, even with the establishment of these dedicated sections, judges must be trained so that they understand the processes and they understand the law that deals with the disputes in the construction industry. And then it is also necessary to train ADR practitioners. Now, the training has to be in terms of content, and it has to be in terms of procedure. Content, especially for those major participants who are lawyers who have no clue about construction processes, they need to learn about construction processes so that they are able to represent something that they are aware of. And then arbitrators themselves, there's nothing as bad as appearing before a dispute resolver who does not understand the mechanism of causation and resolution of disputes. And I say that the worst place you can find yourself is before an arbitrator or an adjudicator who is ignorant or, unfortunately, very unfortunately, corrupt. Now, if you meet one who is both ignorant and corrupt, you are finished. So serious interventions are required there.
Thank you very much, Nyaga, for that warning. So if I can see we are running out of time, and we don't want to be a cause of disputes, causers here. So maybe I had promised Mary, and I had also promised Siva that they would be allowed to ask a question. Mary, would you like to pose your question quickly, please? Project.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Chair for allowing me just to make some few comments, and I would like to begin by agreeing very much with what the last speaker is saying. Training is very, very important. It is essential that everybody is on one page. I remember when I was on the bench, I used to do a lot of training on human rights with the judiciary, simply because many of them would not understand what it was. one thing I found out, and this is my comment, is that many people do not know what corruption is. So you may need to have a training session, an outline. If you do A, B, and C, that amounts to corruption. And we need to define it because many people don't know. And it's a concept that I'm glad you mentioned it in the training, that you can actually have it in the training. But looking at this particular list, or the list that was there before, I think it was the list that was there before, you need to have the component, yes, this particular list, have a component of corruption. Name, name, what do you call it?
Name and shame, call it, give it a name.
Yeah, call a spoon or a spade, but put it there in this particular list. And just say, this amounts to corruption. This is how much level of corruption we've seen in your jurisdiction. Then you have the anti-corruption investigations. We have it in Kenya. Maybe many African countries do not have it. Encourage them to have an anti-economic corruption concept set up. Thank you.
Stefan, you wanted to respond?
I mean, look, I agree 100%, and I touched on it very briefly in the point of corruption earlier. The problem with corruption is that it's so difficult to quantify, to make tangible, because it hides in so many different ways. So there are certain patterns which you can recognize. I agree with that. I mean, for me, a rule of thumb is when a decision doesn't make commercial sense, financial sense, contractual sense, and yet gets pushed through, it's a big red flag, and that happens. But in terms of, what I was saying earlier was that corruption can be the actual underlying problem, root cause of all of these in the list. But corruption in itself is just so difficult to quantify, to make tangible, because it's not always that apparent. For me, the power of having a list of root causes, whatever they may be in your sector, in your jurisdiction, is that it gives you the information you need in terms of where you need to put that training, which everyone was talking about. Where do you need to put those additional resources? Where do you need to focus in terms of training? Because if you know from experience, if you have data that shows you where typically these problems occur, well, then you've got half of the story, the identification of the issues. Then you need to just, and I say just in inverted commas, focus your efforts in putting in place mechanisms to avoid and mitigate those.
So we started with this data on major causes of disputes. We had some input on mechanisms that we are using, maybe we're not using enough, maybe we're not focusing on using the most cost-effective mechanisms. And then I think from the discussion so far, it has really led to the last few moments that we have, although we're over time, about how we prepare for effective resolution of African-based construction disputes in the future. I think there's a slide. There was a poll that was run on LinkedIn, and so the panelists came up with that question: how do we prepare? And gave 3 options. Do we focus on education and training of practitioners? Do we improve contract drafting skills and ensure practitioners have a better understanding of construction contracts? Or C, do we promote alternative dispute resolution mechanisms and dispute avoidance mechanisms? And then people had some other ideas. So that was what you see up on the screen is sort of the result on the poll. So I want to open it to the audience about how do we prepare for effective resolution of Africa-based construction disputes? Do you agree? Maybe you voted, your vote is represented. Maybe you're seeing the question for the first time. Do you have a view? Anyone need a microphone on this side of the room? Brave hand, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mark Watson. I'm from Disseminate. Under others, 8%. My experience in the last 2 years in GCC areas is that employer expectations we see a number of issues of contracts on the GCC that talks about fast-track projects. That's one of the areas where we need to also include this, and I'm not sure if it's covered under that 8%. But employer expectations on fast-track projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So employer impatience, or maybe unrealistic expectations. Any other?
Good afternoon. My name is Tunde Shmoyan. So for me, I think one of the biggest things that it's not mentioned here is, for me, lack of political will or political interference. Because if the political players, the government in power or the sovereign that's dealing with the project, if everybody in the government is aligned that this is the reason why we're doing this project, this is the development impact, why this project is important for the overall economic development of the country, I think we will have a lot less room for dispute. Now, for some of the projects that are funded by the multilateral agencies, like the African Development Bank, for example, I do know that they have a no objection letter for certain projects that they finance, and they go to the government. They have a way of interfacing with the government agencies. Maybe it's through the PPP unit, or I'm not sure which particular unit. And they go, look, we're going to fund this project, but we need to get a no objection letter from you so that if there's a change in the political situation, maybe another party comes to power, the project can still go on, and we don't have a situation where the project stops because, another project is important to the political party that's come to power, and they have other priorities, and they, maybe need to do a bigger project than the previous political party that was in power. Thank you.
So the political interference. Okay, so maybe I get back to my panelists to wrap up, and maybe I can ask Anthony, do you have a view on the results of the poll?
No, I think I would agree with that. I would expect that training and skills development would be a key resolver to preparation of disputes in Africa. I think people need to be trained and know how to approach disputes.
Excellent. I know, Nyaga, you're preaching that gospel. So I think we know your answer. Yes, you agree with the majority saying training and skills development?
I do agree, but I want to define training to include indoctrination in ethics.
Absolutely. Absolutely. We hear you loud and clear. Stefan, did the results of that poll surprise you, or?
No, I mean, it's a very broad question. Training can't be overstated. I think that perhaps it might be worth looking, this is trending in other parts of the world, the type of collaboration between contractors and employers to move on from the more adversarial approach to projects to the alliance-based kind of projects. And some contract forms are working in that respect. I think FIDIC is on its way.
Yes.
And that can change pretty much the playing field in this respect. I don't think it's a guarantee for there not being disputes in the future, but it's certainly an interesting trend, and I know there has been some successes in other jurisdictions.
And Tom, are you optimistic about the future for effective resolution of Africa-based construction disputes?
No, I am optimistic, and I think when we're talking about training and skills, I mean that's only really the first part of the story. The second part is then, well, where's the practical experience that then comes from that? And for that, you need the opportunities actually on live projects for people who have been trained to then execute those skills. And that requires, I think, more intervention from government, from legislature, from the executive to impose requirements on particularly foreign investors and foreign parties executing projects to go beyond kind of doing the bare minimum and kind of delivering the asset and then moving on to the next one and not leaving the legacy behind. And I think it's very important that continues to happen. And then touching on Stefan's point, collaboration, that's that's obviously a buzzword in the construction industry. We see the NEC contract and other alliancing forms pushing that forward. That also requires kind of training and experience too, because most of the experience certainly in Southern Africa, talking from personal experience, is on those traditional forms of building contract, where you have those kind of large final account disputes at the end. And so I think promoting that collaborative behavior, that comes with its own skill set and experience. And then just finally, I think touching back on the point I mentioned earlier, the role of the contract administrator is fundamental. And too often you do see that position compromised directly or indirectly, and that could be through corruption, that could be through other factors. But striving for greater independence and impartiality of those contract administrators and engineers, I think will inevitably lead to a reduction in disputes and the promotion of collaborative behaviour more generally, which as a whole will lead to greater project outcomes.
So we are at the end of session 2. Please join me in thanking with a round of applause for our panelists. And we look forward to engaging with you during lunch and breaks to hear more thoughts about how we can manage risks and avoid disputes and deliver the infrastructure that we all so desperately need. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Suzanne, and thank you, the panel. Please, if you could all just stand up so that we can take a photo, and appreciate you for the time that we've had. Ladies and gentlemen, please appreciate them with another round of applause. I think they've done a fantastic job discussing the issues of dispute resolution and risk management in Africa's construction sector. And I think, as Kithenji put it, that the originators of disputes are people. So I don't know if we're going to get rid of the people, but I like how we were taken through what the causes are, what the possible solutions are, and of course what's worked and what hasn't worked before. Now, in Africa, we don't stand in between people and their lunch. I have no desire or standing in between you and your lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, please may I welcome you to have your lunch. It's going to be served on the 8th floor, and it's going to be done for 1 hour. It is now 1:20. If we could be back in this room at 2:20 sharp, so that we can commence with the next session. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time, and welcome to the ACL Conference 2024. If you're following us online, please feel free to go grab your lunch, and we shall see you back here at 2:20 for the afternoon session. So ladies and gentlemen, I invite you, please go to the 8th floor and have your lunch. Thank you.
From ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart.
Ladies and
of our
gentlemen, I would like to
objectives.
encourage you to
We
take these
welcome
conversations
both
to the
corporate
8th
and
floor
individual
in the
members
interest
from
of
all
managing our
sectors
time.
of the construction industry.
Please, if we could make
Contractors,
our way to the
developers,
elevators
project
so that we
lenders,
can have lunch on
architects,
time
engineers,
and be back
and
here
many
on
more
time.
can benefit from ACL membership. As a member,
Once more,
you'll
ladies and
receive
gentlemen, I would like
benefits
to
such as
encourage you to
listing
take
in
the
online
conversations
ACL
down to the
directory
8th
of
floor
members,
so that we can
access to discounts on
end
training
and start
administered
on time.
by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects,
Ladies and
engineers,
gentlemen,
and
if you
many
still are
more
going for
can
lunch,
benefit
please do
from
so.
ACL
We are coming
membership.
back here at 2:20 sharp. So I'll invite you to carry these
As a
conversations
member, you'll
downstairs.
receive
However, if you're walking
benefits
through lunch,
such as
feel free
listing
to
in the
stay in
online
the room.
ACL
But for those of
directory
you
of
taking your
members,
lunch, please
access
make
to
your way
discounts
downstairs
on
to the
training
8th floor. We
administered
shall be back
by the
here
ACL
at
Training
2:20.
Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Africa Construction Law provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Africa Construction Law provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you'll receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Africa Construction Law provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
We would also
Good afternoon,
like to
ladies and
introduce
gentlemen.
the ACL membership initiative.
Let's try this one more time. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think we can do a little
ACL,
bit louder than
our
that. We
members
have
are
all
at the
eaten our
heart of our
lunches.
objectives.
So, for the last time,
We
good
welcome
afternoon,
both
ladies and
corporate
gentlemen.
individual members from all
So,
sectors
before we
of the
begin our
construction industry.
afternoon session, I would like us
Contractors,
to do a very
developers,
simple activity.
project lenders,
One of the benefits of coming
architects,
to a conference
engineers,
is getting
and
to
many
meet
more can
people
benefit
that you've
from
not met
ACL
before or
membership.
solution providers that you have not had opportunity to engage with before. So I want to give you
As
the
a
next
member,
3 minutes.
you'll receive
Please get
benefits
off your
such
chair,
as a
walk
listing
around
in
the
the
room. I know we have
online
urgent
ACL
emails to
directory of
respond to.
members,
And
access
introduce
to
yourself to
discounts
somebody
on
you have
training
not met so
administered
far in
by
this
the
conference
ACL
and
Training
get to know what
Academy.
it is that they're doing. So,
Discounts
ladies
on
and
the
gentlemen, if you
ACL
could all just
conferences
get up
and
off our
free access
seats,
to the
walk
ACL
across the
review
room,
and
say hi
other
to somebody
online
you don't
resources.
know, make an introduction,
Plus, outstanding
make a new
networking
connection.
opportunities
That
through
is the
ACL
beauty
events
of a
and
physical
training.
conference.
For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First,
So if you're
we
just
would like to
joining us,
introduce to you
we
the
have
ACL
agreed
blog.
that we are going to get off of our seats, introduce yourself to someone you have not met
ACL
before,
blog, an
get to know
initiative
them,
of
get
Africa
to know what they
Construction
do.
Law,
They
provides
really
a
could be the
platform that
solution
highlights
that you're looking for. In the room, we have engineers, we have financiers, we have lawyers, we have architects, we really have everybody involved in construction. I would like to encourage you, if you're still seated, please get up, look for somebody you don't know, introduce yourself to them. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to take back your seats. I know these conversations are engaging, and I hope that when we're having the gala dinner in the evening, we shall continue. We now want to commence with the second session in the afternoon. So I would like to invite each of you to take your seats so that we can commence with our afternoon session. Thank you for walking across the room, meeting somebody you didn't know before. I hope the new connection you just made is profitable to you and that it will expand your business, whatever your business may be. Once more, I know the conversations are engaging, but please could we take our seats? We want to have our third session for the afternoon. It will be just as riveting and just as engaging. Once more, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to commence. I would like to encourage you to take your seats. The side to my right, I know these conversations are very hot, but please, if we could just have our seats so that we can start our meeting. I'm being told this is my fault. I'm the one who told you to get to know people. But it is important to get to know people. So, good afternoon once more. Can you hear me? Good afternoon once more. Maybe clap once if you can hear me. Clap twice. Clap one more time. Great. So far we've had two very invigorating panels. We have looked at infrastructure development and financing. This was led by Amin Musa, very quickly followed by dispute resolution and risk management, and this was led by Suzanne Rattray. Right now, we want to get into the third session because these are very profitable, very important conversations. Because once we've learned how to finance our projects, once the companies are a going concern, once we've managed the risks that are there, existential, once we have incorporated sustainable practices into those business and priced what the green transition looks like, then now we get to the dispute. As was put, the originators of disputes are people. So I don't know if AI is the solution to this. However, to lead us in our afternoon session, we shall be looking at contracting and procurement in Africa's construction sector. This shall be led by Tom Smith, who is a partner in the International Arbitration, Construction and Engineering team at Hogan Lovells in London. Tom has a particular expertise in the resolution of disputes associated with complex engineering and infrastructure projects and is experienced in advising clients in relation to projects based in Europe, Africa, and Asia in the oil and gas, conventional and nuclear power, offshore wind, commercial spaceflight, defense, and transport industries. He has extensive experience in arbitration under the rules of the ICC, LCIA, LMAA, and UNCI TRAL rules, and has also acted in cases brought before the Commercial Courts and the Technology and Construction Court in London, the courts of several European jurisdictions, and before the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Courts. Tom combines his dispute practice with advisory work, supporting businesses to identify and manage risk throughout the entire life cycle of their projects. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Tom Smith as he comes out. Tom shall have the distinct pleasure of introducing his entire panel. So he shall be joined by, and I hope I don't get this wrong, Diogo Duarte de Campos. Please a hand for Diogo. We also have Dr. Melis Mani. A hand for Dr. Melis Mani. We also have Ogogo Makinde. So a hand for Ogogo Makinde as he makes his way to the stage. Hooray, sorry. And we have Karim Ihab Ramses. A hand for Karim as he makes his way to the stage. Over to you, Tom Smith.
Thank you. I'm going to start standing and then I will move over. So, welcome to the first session after the lunch break. We're looking forward to what will hopefully be a lively and engaging conversation around contracting and procurement in Africa. It's a pretty broad topic. I think there's a description in your handouts and the course materials. We will try and cover all of those points. We may also trespass into some other areas. including dispute boards, which I know was something which was discussed at one of the earlier sessions. So you've heard a little bit about me. I'm going to pass you over to my panel very quickly. Very pleased to have everybody here. We've got a really good breadth of experience and also perspectives across the region, a combination of lawyers working in external firms, and also we have the very important in-house contractor view, which is going to tell us, and Melis is going to tell us, you know, what's actually going on. We're all looking at these things from the outside. Melis is right there in the thick of it. So in order to kind of let this discussion develop and for me not to monopolize too much of the time, I'm not going to go through a detailed introduction to each of the panelists. Instead, what I want to do is kick off with a quick round of questions to each of them, which is, you know, what are they seeing? What are the trends in this area that they're looking at from where they're all sitting? And in doing so, they will be able to give you a flavor of the perspectives that they're bringing to this panel and also their own personal experience. So first up, Agogo. Our topic today is contracting and procurement in Africa's construction sector. What are the current trends or developments that you're seeing?
Thank you, Tom. I think for Nigeria, we've always had a deep history of having PPPs and then private sector participation in public infrastructure. The newest trends really would be because government revenues are more and more challenged. We now see different schemes for encouraging PPPs. A new one is we have the Road Infrastructure Tax Credit Scheme, which the federal government introduced to give tax rebates to big corporates undertaking large PPP projects, particularly in roads across different regions of the country.
Thank you. Kareem, how does that match with what you're seeing in North Africa?
Thank you, Tom. Let me first thank ACL for the invitation to participate in this conference. It gives me great pleasure to be here among all of you. So let me start first with setting out a brief overview of the construction industry in Egypt. So generally, African countries have been heavily investing in construction and infrastructure projects over the past decade or so, and Egypt is no different. Our firm's dispute resolution and arbitration practice has been involved in many mega infrastructure and construction projects, not only in Egypt, but also in the MENA region. So today, Egypt has the largest construction market in Africa and the third largest in the MENA region after Saudi Arabia and UAE. So the size of the Egyptian construction market is currently estimated at around $50 billion and is projected to reach around $75 billion by 2029. So over the past years, the Egyptian government has invested heavily in the building sector, as well as in modernizing transportation systems and infrastructure. Notably, it is reported that as we speak, the Ministry of Transportation is currently working on around 25 projects only in relation to the railroad industry, including new metro lines, monorail, and high-speed railway train. As discussed earlier today, the construction works in Egypt and public expenditure have slowed down over the past year or so in light of the economic turmoil in Egypt and the shortage of the foreign currency. The last point I wish to highlight is that Egypt has relatively recently issued a new law in 2018 relating to contracts concluded with public entities, which aim at ensuring maximum efficiency and transparency in relation to the contracting and procurement processes. and as well facilitating the participation of SMEs in tenders issued by public entities. Thank you.
Thank you. And Diego, let's move south, a little bit south to the Lusophone countries. What are you saying?
Yeah, I would say that what we are seeing most is big investment in the transportation area or sector. So Cape Verde, as last year, made the concession of their airports and is now privatizing the handling. Angola, I think it's known, it has a big project which is the Lobito corridor that will connect the ports from Lobito to Zambia and Congo. So there will be a mineral railway. So it's very important. And 2 more corridors are in development phase. They will be tendered very soon. Other Portuguese-speaking countries like Guinea and Saint Tomé have also have recently made concessions in port and airports sector. So I would say that transportation has been the key on the last year or in the last couple of years, and concessions, not only construction, but as budgets run a little bit out, there's the trend of going to PPPs and concessions, and not only with the ECAs and so on. The second very, very important sector is always oil and gas, apart from Angola, of course, that has a solid oil and gas sector. I would underline Mozambique, because it's due to resume works in early next year. No one knows, but it's expecting that Total will resume works early next year, and so we are expecting to have a great development and maybe some claims. Let's see. And finally, I would see not on the sectors, but what we are most asked nowadays by clients is something which a couple of years was not spoken about, which is revision of prices, thus or against lump sums or global prices, because nowadays no one accepts, no contractor, but I don't want to, but I think that I'm speaking well, no contractor assumes some kind of risk or 4 to 5 years without a revision of exactly. So I think this is the new trend, because it's very difficult. You have to have some imagination, because sometimes the construction or the concession is linked to the financing, and banks always want global final, not revision price. But nowadays it's totally impossible, I would say. So I think this is the new challenge, but I don't know if our in-house lawyer will speak much better than I from that view. That's it.
Thanks, Diego. Melis, so we've heard from 3 lawyers there, and Diego was saying what he's being asked the most. Well, maybe we should flip that around, and talking about the key trends and what you're seeing, what are you asking? And that might be, what are you asking other partners, or what are you asking, your counterparts when you're looking for these projects?
Thank you, Tom. I will, first of all, what we are looking for as a company is mostly in Middle East and Africa, but I will exclude North Africa from this. Road project, infrastructure, dam projects, hydroelectric power projects, water treatment plants. What we are seeing in generally in terms of contractual terms, in Africa, what we are seeing is mostly because of the finance projects, FIDIC contracts, whether it's be pink, red, or yellow book, amended, of course, with particular conditions. Sometimes we see embedded 2017 conditions. However, we haven't had any contract, to my knowledge, in the last almost 10 years from FIDIC 2017. So we are still using 1999. In terms of Middle East, there we see even more heavily amended FIDIC contracts, or the name doesn't say FIDIC, but it is a FIDIC variation of contract. Oman's standard conditions are anyhow very much close to, it's derived from FIDIC. So this is what we are seeing and what we are asking from the contractor side. I can go into more detail, but the first principle, of course, we would like to see is the original idea of FIDIC, of having the risks and responsibilities, obligations of the parties rest with each party as envisioned by FIDIC. This is what we would expect, and this is what we would steer in our contract negotiations to the extent possible. As I told Diego, not willingly, but to the extent possible, this is what we would want to negotiate. So this would be the first point that we would try to take the contract to. But what we often see is, especially in Africa, if we have a FIDIC Red Book, we see that the employer tries to impose design obligations FIDIC Yellow Book. If we have a FIDIC Yellow Book, we see that the turnkey EPC contract obligations are being embedded to with extreme subsoil obligations, responsibility. So we try to take it back to as how it should be. The second issue, what we see or what we try to negotiate is still to this day, we come across with scope of works that are not defined clearly, that are not dependent on objectively measurable parameters. Some vague requirements, like a profitable mall, for example, which doesn't give you anything that you can measure yourself on. So this we would want to negotiate. Then comes, I think, in many contractors also here today kind of mentioned, the role of the engineer. The engineer's role is either very much trimmed or it's very much limited to a specific value to make any decision or determination, which actually then gives you a crippled contract from the beginning. One of the parties is basically crippled. So this is one of the issues that we would like to negotiate. We want an engineer. We would like to see an engineer that is able to make decisions in the contract, that is able to support both parties, not only look after the benefits of the employer to a certain degree. Of course, it is the employer's not agency, but engaged by the employer. And then it comes, this issue has been very much discussed in the morning, the ambiguity and unclarity in the contract wording. This is sometimes something that we cannot actually have influence on because it may become intentional, but sometimes we see that there is very ambiguous statements how and when the contractor is or if entitled to anything. Whose responsibility is what? So the risk and responsibility matrix is not clear. Then this brings you endless, you are trying to catch your own tail in between the authorities. For example, you are supposed to have tax exemption, but one authority sends you to the other one. It's not clear who is responsible from it. Or price escalation. This is, as mentioned heavily today, it is not something in this, not only for Africa, in these volatile economies or the world, it cannot be only the contractor expected to take this risk. A minimum, mid-construction projects takes 3 to 5 years. It's impossible if you are not a very, very big contractor to substantiate this risk, to actually carry on the project for years. So this is another big risk or big discussion point we are looking. And couple other things I will mention, and I know I extended. One other thing I would like to mention is very, very long extended payment timelines. We are seeing sometimes 180 days to receive any payment. Already there, we are actually taking care of the project for 6 months without getting paid. It's very burdensome on the contractor. And it makes it very hard for the operative units to legitimize our envy to make work in Africa. And the other thing is, the last point I would like to mention is layered dispute resolution process. this is for us, it's very important. As in-house counsels, until we arrive to arbitration or litigation, we would like to use every other tool, alternative dispute resolution tool that is possible. We believe it's in benefit of each party, not only the contractor, but also the employer as well. So layered dispute resolution process is in benefit of each party. So this is also we are looking and asking. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Melis. I mean, there is a lot to unpack in that answer. So what I think we will try and do is let's try and work through all of those elements over the questions that we have that follow. And let's see if we can wrap all of them up by the end of this panel. So from what you just said, what I took away from that is that you need to get the starting point right. You need to be agreed on where you're starting from, and does that starting point, whether that's FIDIC, red, pink, silver, whatever, does that actually reflect the contract that you've got? Are people on the same page as to what the starting point is? Then what are the usual discussion points and amendments that you would look to make from your position? And likewise, what are you expecting to see from the other side? You had a bit of a discussion there about payment terms and the problems that gave rise to, and that leading to the need to properly engage the dispute resolution process, which you said, you know, the layered element of that is key. So let's work all the way through those with our panel, and then see whether we might have some kind of tips, best practices, or other kind of good takeaways for the audience today. So I'm going to start right at the very beginning. And one thing which I think often gets slightly neglected when we talk about contracting and procurement is that very early phase of the project, where you might be in the kind of conceptualization phase or carrying out feed works. And the contracting arrangements and the allocation of risk that goes into those early documents can actually get baked into the later contract when it comes to the EPCM, because a lot of those rights and obligations and a lot of the kind of technical issues that come up to light are then flowed through the later contracting structure. So I want to start there, and I'm going to go to you, Gogo, first, if that's all right. And what I want to ask is, do you agree, and does it resonate with you that the early phase can have that kind of outsized impact later? And if so, what do you see the key difficulties with the, issues that arise between the parties that gives rise to problems later in that early phase?
The early phase is for the contracting, right from the design and the conceptualization are really critical. What we have seen is that once that fails, or where there's some defects in how you conceptualize the project, it just flows through the contracting cycle. And we see both on the private sector side as well as on the public sector side. So I'll do the public sector first of all. Where we, for instance, you're trying to start negotiating a contract, or even starting from the conceptualization, and there's not enough information. There's no data. So for instance, we take a road project, there's no traffic studies, and there's a difficulty in even trying to envisage how the contract will be profitable, or who would be using the road, and how quickly the contractor would get back the funding, or how long the concession should even be based on the studies. And that's a challenge, and I've been on several projects where the public sector party has not been able to provide proper data, for instance, on the traffic studies. And what happens is that you're negotiating on what should be the concession period, what should be the top-up payments, what about if there's not enough uptake. Sometimes we got it right in the sense that when we did the telcos, everything worked out okay because there was just a pent-up demand. When we did for on the roadside, it's a bit more tricky because, again, the market also pushes against having to pay tolls or paying tolls that is deemed to be too high. On the private sector to private sector side, again, we have the same challenges because we do have in Nigeria, is subnational government structure. So you're entering contracts with the federal government, or you're entering into contracts with state governments. And depending on what level of government you're contracting with, because of the way the constitution is structured, state governments may not be able to promise certain things. So we see a pushback from state governments saying, look, we can't promise you tax rebates because tax is federal. Then you're pushing the tax risk to the private sector party. Really, there's a misalignment. And that's already at the very beginning a recipe for disaster. And then when you now negotiate the contract and you get to implementation, then those challenges, those initial design and conceptualization concerns really come to fruition, because even depending on the type of contract we're using, where you're doing the traditional EPC or you're doing the concession agreement or you're doing a mix of both, where there's a misalignment in where the risk should lie, that's already a problem. Because when an issue arises, parties go into extended conversations and discussions, and sometimes even disputes as to where and who should bear the risk, and all of this extends project timelines.
Yeah, fully agree. And the other thing often that causes problems right at the very outset, in the phase you're talking about, is that's also the time where you're starting to put together your project team. Who are you working with? How's the whole project structured? And that also will have a big impact on the way that you might want to contract and procure in relation to that project, because you need to know who you're working with and what the structure is and where those risks are going to sit. So on that point, Karim, what are the main issues when it comes to creating the joint ventures or the kind of structure of the parties who are going to carry out the project? And do you see any kind of recurring issues with those types of contracting structures?
So thank you, Tom. Before delving into the issue pertaining to JVs, and I also expect to touch on local content rules as well, I have to mention that there are a number of challenges encountered by African construction firms to participate in major infrastructure and construction projects in Africa, including inadequate financing capacity, for example, limited expertise, and so on. This is why the participation of African construction companies are relatively limited, as foreign firms are dominating the scene in a way. To redress this issue, the African Export-Import Bank, Afrexim Bank, has recently made commendable efforts to assist African companies to successfully bid and execute contracts in the continent. This includes an intra-African EPC platform designed to empower African firms to successfully bid for contracts through capacity building, market access opportunities, financing, guarantees, and technology solutions. It is also worth highlighting that the guidelines of international financial institutions and MDBs, including JICA, for example, generally require due consideration to non-discrimination among eligible bidders and do not permit domestic preferences when pre-qualifying applicants or evaluating bids. I also have to say that Egypt has long-standing and leading construction companies which participated in the execution of major infrastructure projects in Egypt. However, this did not dispense with the requirement to have also foreign companies in the execution of major infrastructure projects. The participation of foreign entities and contractors in infrastructure projects is usually necessitated by the strict requirements and thresholds imposed by donors and funders in the bidding documents, including, for example, the tenderer's annual turnover and portfolio of previous successful projects. So against this backdrop, construction projects are becoming multifaceted and larger in value. As a result, projects are usually awarded to several contractors. And of course, JVs and consortiums are the most widely used vehicles for that purpose. In Egypt, most infrastructure projects, including major transportation projects, for example, are executed by JVs and consortiums comprising Egyptian companies as well as foreign companies, including German, French, Japanese, and Chinese. One notable point to highlight is that with respect to projects executed by Egyptian and foreign JVs and consortiums, the Egyptian contractor is usually responsible for the civil aspects of the works, and the foreign contractor is usually responsible for the electromechanical aspects of the works. So with respect to the local content preference, I wish to highlight that there was a law that was issued in Egypt in 2015, which provides for a marginal preferential treatment for locally produced and manufactured goods. This law requires goods or local goods to constitute no less than 40% of the estimated value of the project at hand. According to this law, of course, there are a number of instances where the local content rule may be disapplied, including where the project is financed by a donor or a funder with special conditions that do not permit local content preferences. However, on that point, I wish to highlight that there are some financial institutions, including the EIB, which provides for local content preference by allowing a margin of preference for goods manufactured and produced in the country hosting the project in question.
Thanks. So I want to move on now to pick up another point that Melis talked about, which is the kind of the starting point of your contracting. And Melis, you were saying FIDIC is what you see the most of. I think that reflects what I see. I'm a disputes lawyer, so naturally what I see is normally at least 2 to 3 years out of date from what's actually being signed. But what I normally see in this region is FIDIC. But although it might look like FIDIC, by the time it's been signed, it doesn't always work like FIDIC. And I wanted to just pick up on a few points around that, because that can have quite big influences, not just on the negotiation of that contract itself, but how that is then performed and the likelihood of disputes and how easy those disputes are to resolve. So, Agogo, do you agree? Is FIDIC still what you're seeing most of? And is there any kind of major differences as regards the choice of standard form and or the way in which those standard forms are understood when it comes to the different major players? I'm thinking here of lenders, governments, and the private sector.
That's a very good question. We historically used FIDIC, but more and more we see variations which reflect local content, local flavor. It has FIDIC principles, but not exactly FIDIC. And we see both on the public sector side as well as in the private sector side. So the contracting, for instance, on the public sector side, the government is very keen on the local content. They want to see more and more local resources being used in human resources, supplies, and all whatnot, and even limiting the importation of certain aspects of contract, which sometimes doesn't go so well. And from private sector to private sector, the banks tend to like the FIDIC. They have the ability to get the consultants who are able to, of course, interpret the contracts, ensure that you keep to contracts and forms. They just want to be sure that the liability lies with the contractor. Basically, that's what they want to be protected for all risk. And the concern that we typically find on the contractor side when we work for the contractor is that the risk is misaligned. So you have FIDIC, but it's not exactly FIDIC because the contractor takes on so much risk because the lending party is saying you need to take the risk. Or on the government side, the government is saying, no, we've historically been able to take on this risk, but now we are so challenged and we're unable to we're unable to take on certain risk. I'll give you some examples. We'll typically have federal government guarantees for really big ticket federal government projects. Nigeria runs a federal system. Then you have a situation where the federal government goes, you know what, we're not going to give those guarantees anymore. It creates a challenge because you're working on projects that ultimately are for the public, for public use. And then you also have a situation where local currency is challenged or incomes are challenged on the local side. So the consent for the contractors just kept multiplying really, and you have convoluted conversations and negotiations on how to manage this risk, and insurance is not catching up in the sense that some of those risks are just so weighty that the insurance market is unwilling to take them on. So that's a really big challenge that we tend to see now. We have just come out of I think an 8-year period where we had a really centrist look to public procurements, in the sense that the government really took on a lot of those contracts, and there was not a lot of public and sector, private sector engagement. But we had a new government, and we think now with the new government coming in and saying, look, we need to involve the private sector more. We expect to go back, hopefully, to the purer forms where you have more alignment between the public sector and the private sector.
Thanks. So, and you were talking there about how the contracts get amended and turned into something different, and often there can be a misalignment. Karim, with that in mind, how important is it to start from, quote unquote, the right contract?
That's a very important point, Tom. I would say that one of the key decisions to be made by any client is, of course, first of all, when determining the procurement strategy, is whether to adopt a standard form of contract or a bespoke contract. So standardized forms of contract, of course, they are ready-made terms and conditions. They're very common in the construction industry. They are widely accepted and tested by stakeholders. So obviously, using these standardized forms of construction contracts can result in savings of time and costs for clients, as they don't need to invest much in drafting and negotiating contracts or engaging lawyers to do so on their behalf. So in addition, employers will often elect to use a standard form of contract rather than preparing a bespoke contract, because using these forms of contracts would arguably make the procurement process more efficient and competitive. This is especially that it is almost impossible to envisage all potential eventualities and risks that may materialize in any typical construction project. I have personally seen bespoke contracts that lack the essential elements of a proper construction contract that is clear, comprehensive, and well balanced. It is therefore usually advisable for clients to adopt a standard form of contract that is best suited to the contract in question, rather than having to, let's say, reinvent the wheel. And of course, as discussed earlier today, contract interpretation issues is one of the leading causes and major factors for disputes and claims. This confirms the importance of adopting the right and most appropriate form of contract. So, that being said, the importance of choosing the appropriate form of contract cannot be overstated. Unfortunately, some clients sometimes tend to adopt forms of contract based on familiarity rather than suitability. In practice, it is very easy to develop a mindset to recommend a familiar form rather than an appropriate one. So the wide range of options available to clients is a clear suggestion that a more formal and structured decision-making approach is required in order to ensure that appropriate choices are made. So it is also crucial to understand the different forms of contracts. Of course, as discussed just now, traditional contracts, which equate to the Red Book, design-build contracts, which equate to a Yellow Book, and the EPC turnkey contracts, which equate to the FIDIC Silver Book. in my experience, the FIDIC forms of contract, and particularly the 1999 edition, are the most widely used forms of contract in Egypt. In fact, many of the infrastructure projects in Egypt are based on the FIDIC forms of contract, or at least inspired by the FIDIC forms of contract. Perhaps one reason for this is that, as Melis has referred to, many of the financial institutions and donors tend to use the FIDIC forms of contract as part of their bidding documents. So the changes made by the 2017 edition are primarily designed to make the contracts more balanced, comprehensive, and prescriptive. They also place greater emphasis on dispute avoidance rather than dispute resolution. I would say that some time is likely to elapse before users make significant use of the new forms. Even though the 2017 FIDIC edition has somewhat enhanced and improved the 1999 FIDIC edition, users are still reluctant to make use of the relatively new and untested 2017 FIDIC edition. In addition, not everyone will welcome the greater length and increased procedural complexity of the 2017 forms. Therefore, some users who are comfortable with the 1999 edition are likely to continue to use them. And one point which I found to be of interest is that although a similar trend to continue using older and already familiar forms of contract was observed after the release of the 1999 suit, the 1999 edition eventually gained momentum and wide acceptance.
Thanks. Melis, I want to pick up on a couple of points that Kareem just said there, and in particular, the concept of familiarity versus suitability, and also when he was talking about the fact that the contracts might be inspired by FIDIC. Now, wrapping that up into what you were saying earlier on in your previous answer, from Strabag's perspective, do you prize suitability or familiarity? And also, is this what's driving the fact that you also said 1999 is what you see the most?
I mean, there's two aspects. If we are able to choose the contract, which is not, most of the time it's not the case, it's imposed by the employer, right? You can only negotiate to a certain degree. I would, of course, take first the suitability, if it suits the project, but we have to also take into consideration FIDIC 2017. It comes with improvements, but also it comes with a lot of cost. So it depends on also what is your project value and how many people you can realistically appoint to the project, and procedurally how much manpower you need actually to administer the project. But in terms of familiarity, yes, this also we have to accept. To 1999, there's a lot of resources. We are all very familiar with it. Every lawyer, every law firm, anybody you go to, there's a lot of cases, etc. This is also, of course, a big issue. Thank you.
Thanks. And there's an inherent danger in familiarity, which is that people can proceed on the basis that they think they understand what the contract says without actually necessarily going back and reading it closely. And I see this a lot in the type of disputes that I handle, where we will get a contract and it'll come to the lawyers, and when we go back with our opinion on what it means, the client is up in arms. Like, what do you mean it means that? I didn't agree that, but that's what the words on the page say. But actually sometimes that gets forgotten, particularly in a very kind of long, drawn-out project. And Diogo, I wanted to pick up on something on that with you, which is when you see a FIDIC contract where the risk allocation has been fundamentally changed, and this applies to any standard form contract where the amendments end up making a departure from the kind of philosophy of that contract, what types of problems does that cause later down the line?
Members has already gone a little bit through that, but sometimes I ask, so and what will be the contract? And I usually get the answer, it's not FIDIC, but it's FIDIC based. And I know, okay, it's FIDIC, and then you delete all the things that would protect normally the contractor. So this is what it means. It's not by chance that FIDIC has approved the golden principle, so that you could not simply say that it's FIDIC based for something that has shifted the risks entirely. And this is something that is very relevant. I know that if I ask everyone in the room, being on the public sector, on the private sector, how clauses should be drafted, anyone would say the general principles on risk allocation, that the risk should be allocated to the party that can manage that risk best. That's general concept, everyone agrees on that. But the real answer is that when you are holding the pen, maybe this risk can be better with the contractor, or that risk can be better, and you start shifting all the risks. What have I seen mostly? Melis has just said too that I've seen a lot, that is using the Red Book, and the Red Book is a normal construction, so the employer has the design and the contractor simply makes the construction, but with design obligations. And then seeing the Yellow Book being used as an EPC book, so shifting the geological risk to the contractor, and sometimes it's something very weird. You have, I don't know, 100-kilometer highway or railway, and you say, look, and the geological risk lies on you. So, how come? It's 200 kilometers. No one can make even a test or something like that. That's something that I see a lot. I see you have already touched down on those. I have seen a lot also something that is, this is my favorite to be honest, is it's employers' requirements, so you will use the Silver Book, but then when you look at it, it's almost a detailed project, and you simply say, look, those are my requirements, and now you take all the risk. And this is very strange, because it simply does not work further ahead, because there will be no savings that the project can have, because actually the contractor does not have any design possibilities. And then I think it will be a problem further ahead on the road when you get to litigation or when you are discussing a claim. And actually, the word on the contract, and I'm not negligating what it is written, but sometimes what it happens, most usually on civil law countries, is that public entities tend to pay twice for the same thing, because they try to shift the risk to the contractor, and they pay an overhead because of the risk, of course. And then if the risk does materialize and it's not something very small, the contractor will always submit a claim. And even if the contract is very clear, he will say force majeure, change of circumstances, hardship, I don't know. And there are always lawyers available to do that. I'm one of those, to be clear. No, don't get me wrong, I'm not making a judgment. Because it's fair sometimes, and we understand that it is something that really happens a lot. And just to finish up, another one that I think that usually happens a lot and then gives rise to claims is when you go to any kind of FIDIC standard, and it says when this happens, the contractor will have or will be entitled to extra time and extra money. and you simply delete where it is extra money, and you say it will be entitled to extra time. And you say, no, I'm giving extra time. So what is this? No, I'm being fair. And you had deleted. As this is not a concession contract where time is also value. On the contractor side, of course there are the penalties, but taking away the penalties, time is actually a burden. It's not something that should be counted as value. So this does not make any sense. And when it gets to court, I know there's a word, we'll have extra time, and then it says it will be extra time, but also the shipyard, and you try to make things difficult because you understand that it is impossible not to grant extra time without at least granting the shipyard or the indirect cost. I don't want to be very scientific, I'm sorry. So I believe that, I understand it's difficult because when you hold the pen, you have all the power, and but if we look at on the life cycle of the project, maybe not shifting that much would be best. The contract will be better executed, I'm sure of it, without less litigation, or with less litigation, and people, and certainly with less conflicts within the execution of the contract. And at the end, most probably, it will be less expensive than to have a very tough contract that will always lead to litigation further ahead on the road. But it's difficult to change, and it's difficult to say to someone when he's holding the pen, no, be a little bit more fair. I understand, I've been there also, I fully understand, but we have to make this happen, and I think that at least respecting the golden principles of FIDIC, so not to shift the risks and so on, it's something that we should be all aligned.
Yeah, and I think that's probably it's a good practical lesson to take away, because the people in this room are often the people who are the ones trying to interface with the commercial teams, who obviously don't want any risk at all, and they want to spend the least and make the most money, understandably. But it's the people in this room who have the experience and the foresight to say, okay, we could do that in the contract, but look, think about how that's going to play out. And that's particularly so, and I find this comes up quite a lot, where you've got a civil law governed contract where a party takes a very aggressive approach to trying to allocate the risk where naturally it wouldn't necessarily sit, and then you get to an arbitration or you get to court or whatever your dispute resolution process is, and you find that risk comes straight back. And exactly as Diogo says, all that's happened is you've actually paid twice. You've paid the contractor additional money to take that risk in the first place. That risk then eventuated. You've then had to put your hand in your pocket to pay a contractor claim for something that technically it should already have priced for. But that's just generally how these things tend to work out when it comes to a formal dispute. And from that, I want to segue into a little bit about disputes, which is the previous panel talked about dispute boards, and there was a bit of a comment and conversation around the fact that DAABs are not very popular. We still see a lot of the time both employers and contractors just striking through the DAAB provisions if they are using a 2017 form, or even the dispute board provisions in the 99 form, on the basis that what is the point of a dispute board? All I'm going to get is an unenforceable decision, and I'll have to pay to get there. So, given that's a common amendment to the standard forms, I wanted to get Melis's view on, look, from the contractor side, are you someone who likes to take the pen out and put a big line through a dispute board? Yeah, okay.
Actually, after saying all this, our experience is to the contrary. We had many various dispute boards in Africa. Many variations of it, whether ad hoc, standing DBs, etc. Time to time, we do come across, of course, dispute boards taken out. We are not in favor of it. I think it's a very good tool, especially permanent dispute boards. There's always a board kind of even their existence gives each party to keep themselves together throughout the project. The project documentation is there, information is there. We all know in a construction project, once it's over, everybody leaves, you have no records, and then you end up in arbitration looking for anything. So I think dispute boards is very useful. Also, it is to a certain degree less costly because most of the time it's only the in-house teams are involved. So there's no excessive amount of spending on external counsels, no offense, or experts. So at least we try to prepare everything in-house. But our experience in Africa, in various jurisdictions, we have dispute boards, and the good side of it, employer actually engages in the dispute board. So far in our experience, they engaged in the selection of the dispute board member, they engage in the formation, in all the hearings, site visits, submitting claims, etc. So there is, to a certain degree, a very sophisticated dispute board we see in Africa, that at least our experience, but this all defeats the purpose if the decisions are not enforced, which is what we are facing in most of the jurisdictions, that the employer is very much engaged. Once it comes to actually enforcing the decision, unfortunately, they are very reluctant, to our experience. And what I see and understand in various jurisdictions, that actually local courts, even the local courts are recognizing the enforcement of the dispute award, DB award, but still the employer either stalls the timeline. So I think either there's a regulatory gap or a common understanding. Maybe the local authorities don't want to take responsibility of enforcing the award itself. So it may be various things, but after spending all time and money and energy from both parties for a process that is going diligently because the disputes board are working, it's too unfortunate that it's not being enforced by the employer, and then you still end up in arbitration litigation after all this, which you wanted to avoid. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I'm going to probably talk myself out of some work here, which is that I completely agree that dispute boards work much better when they're client-led. All that tends to happen with lawyers, and apologies for other disputes lawyers who might want to be instructed on these, all that happens when lawyers get involved is it gets very procedural, very document-heavy. It becomes a mini arbitration with a lot of the costs that go towards that arbitration. You may then end up having to just repeat it again in arbitration. Now, that's not to say there's not a role for external counsel. There is a role for external counsel if you're a client that doesn't have the internal capacity to do a very good job at that dispute board. And also I think there's a role for external counsel in making sure that the strategy that you go into that dispute board with is the strategy and the case that you will be running ultimately in the arbitration. Because the last thing you want to do is have all the dispute board documentation and decisions going in there and then have to run a completely different argument in a later arbitration, because that never looks good. But yes, I think client-led dispute boards, which is what they're designed to be, are very effective. And on your point on enforcement, again, sad to say I agree, the constant battles trying to enforce dispute board decisions, and typically what you get is and it normally is the employer just saying, well, thanks, I've read it, but no thanks, I'm not going to pay it. That's not necessarily the end of it, though, because what I do find is that dispute board decisions bring the parties together. If the dispute board has been run effectively and there's been proper engagement on both sides, that decision should be there or thereabouts what you're going to get in arbitration. There shouldn't be huge differences. And for that reason, there should be the space for a deal to be done. Yes, that deal might not be done until many months down the line.
Sorry, I agree. It brings the parties together in a less stressful way than arbitration, but the contractor still finances all the claims because they are not enforced on time. But I agree.
Yeah, and the employer's still not going to put his hand in his pocket. But when you get to the end, you may not find yourself in a big, expensive arbitration. There might be a commercial deal done on the table. But yeah, no good for you during the project. So we have got
I just wanted to add, I'm sorry.
So yeah, go for it.
Something we have seen around the dispute, but I'm not a dispute lawyer, but we've seen when we've drafted in these agreements, particularly for the smaller clients, they are very wary about the arbitration in the typical documents. They've seen, even before we had the currency challenges, they're wary about the ICC costs, the cost of going for the arbitration. So they're very interested in ensuring that there is some internal mechanism for resolving disputes before they escalate. Because the cost of doing the international arbitration is quite high for the smaller to mid-level clients. So we tend to see that they take a lot of interest in those boards, how they are constituted, to ensure that there are some decision makers as well at that level, so that the enforcement risk is also mitigated.
Thanks. Yeah, again, completely agree. So we have a little bit of time before the end of the fund. We've got lots more to talk about, but I'm conscious that we haven't had a huge amount of Q&A previously, so I want to pause now and see whether anybody has any questions. Please direct them to anybody on the panel or to me, and we'll try our best to answer them. And if not, we can keep rolling until somebody over there tells me I need to stop. Could we get a microphone, please?
Hello. This is working. So question probably to start off with Diogo, probably to start off with, and then for the others, because you were talking about this. I've often found that when advising clients, particularly public sector clients, when procuring large construction projects, that the phrase that gets trotted out is when they indulge in the practice of pushing all the risk onto the contractor, the answer just simply becomes, well, the contractor can price the risk. How do we talk clients out of that?
To be totally honest, I don't know. Apologies for that. No, it's very difficult. I fully understand, because I have that fight also. I'm usually on the sponsor side, to be honest, but I've been, and I'm a little bit also on the public sector side, even if less times, and that's always the problem. This theory that I have developed, that, look, you will pay twice for this, actually turns out to be better. That what I used to say is that that's unfair. Because if I say that's unfair, it will say I don't care. The contractor, if you say it's unfair, the contractor doesn't submit a bid, and I don't care. Okay, so if I can monitorize the risk of having the public entity paying twice for this, saying, look, for instance, you have a 2-day time bar to present a claim. And I've told the client, this will not be enforceable. There will be, I've been an arbitrator, I'm a lot an arbitrator, I would never time bar a claim if I have a 2-day time bar to deliver a notice for a claim, for something, because it's totally unreasonable. The material, the facts haven't reached a decision level yet. It is factually impossible. That's what I have written on a decision. It's factually impossible to comply with this provision of the contract. So we should simply not take it in consideration. Not totally sure if a common law lawyer would appreciate that, but it is what it is. Tom may comment on that, but that's the decision that we reached, because, and we said, look, what will happen is that the contractor, and Melis may probably say this, will put an overhead on this because it is a risk, and if the risk materializes, he will pay twice. That's what I've seen. Fairness, I think it's something to talk on another level, not when we are dealing with contractors and construction. No one cares, to be honest.
I think
Tom, I would like to comment
Yeah,
on
go.
the time bar provisions, of course, in the context of civil law jurisdictions and Sharia-based jurisdictions. So, although civil law and Sharia-based jurisdictions uphold the principle of party autonomy, time bar provisions may, in some instances, be disapplied for considerations of justice and fairness. We have previously successfully argued that a strict adherence to the time bar provisions by the employer would contravene the applicable legal principles, including good faith, the legal prohibition against abuse of rights, the legal principle of stupel. It is therefore fair to conclude that when considering the enforceability of time bar provisions, courts and tribunals in civil law jurisdictions will tend to take a more lenient approach as opposed to their common law counterparts. And of course may even disapply the time bar provisions depending of course on the specificities and the circumstances and facts in relation to the dispute at hand. And of course, if the court or the tribunal concluded that enforcing the time bar provision would be contrary to the applicable law and legal principles.
Yeah, thanks. And just to comment very briefly on the common law bit, and then we've probably got time for another question. Yes, I agree. Contractors and employers don't care about fairness, right? Try having that conversation. But the people who do care about fairness, I find, is often the arbitrators. And don't forget that arbitrators have quite a bit of leeway, particularly in arbitration as compared to court, to find a reason to disapply that time bar, or to find a way around it, or perhaps even just to grant more money elsewhere in the award to make up for what they see as a perceived injustice. So that fairness does come to play out at the end, and particularly so in arbitration because of the kind of black box confidential nature of arbitration.
I totally agree with Tom.
So I think we've got time for one more question. I saw a hand all the way at the back over there. Thank you.
My name is Hannington Amol. I practice here in Nairobi. And just a general observation and a question. My thinking is that most of the things we've discussed today are band-aids, trying to, put touch-ups on existing standard forms, standard contracts. But the big question is there any of these forms that were made with Africa in mind? Is it FIDIC? Is it NSC? Is it Joint Building Council contracts? Is there one? I'm looking at even the recent, harmonized multilateral lending contracts for construction. Are they suitable for the continent? And can we disturb our conscience and ask ourselves, what is it that is suitable for Africa? Talk, for instance, the Dispute Avoidance Adjudication Board. Does it fit Africa? What is Africa's tradition? Africa's tradition is executive authority. That is why we had monarchy. People defer to the kings. Could we think of having an executive committee comprising the contractor and the developer as a dispute de-escalation mechanism, as opposed to having a DAB, which ends up consuming a lot, considering that in Africa, most of construction is consumed by the public sector. Every coin has to be accounted for, has to be paid through taxpayers' money. And you'd now, when you look at it, you'd now see the agitation from the civil society side, from the public, why they get angry every time a new construction is coming back. You'd think they would be happy a new road is coming, a power plant infrastructure, but every community is angry because they think they are being ripped off. Why? Because when every contract comes, it has no Africanness in it. So the question I would pose to you, have we scrutinize this? Do we think as Africans now, we can also develop a protocol that the rest of the world can come and say, this is for Africa. Let them come and adopt it, instead of pushing, standard forms down Africa, because they are pushed by the financiers. I have worked in the public sector. I know when public sector contracts come, it is the financier who decides which contract, whether you're going to have a standing or dispute adjudication board, all those nitty-gritties. Can't we have something for Africa? Is it a question worth answering during this conference? Thank you.
Yeah, I thought excellent question, and a lot to unpack there. So, number one, I think to have a regionally focused contract that fits its usage would be excellent. I think, I'm sure there'd be a lot of appetite for it. At the moment, as you rightly say, the reason that these standard forms are being, as you put it, pushed on is because it's being driven a lot by the people who are bringing the finance. And that's where that conversation needs to happen. And it's hard to see how that can change from the bottom up at the moment. But I'd be very happy to invite any observations from the audience or the panel on that. Now, as to which of the standard forms, if you're stuck in a world of standard forms, which are the most suitable for the context, I don't think there's a better way of determining that than by having a show of hands, because the people who are using those forms are all in the room. So, I mean, if we were to say, I'm going to say FIDIC, the JBCC, and NEC, if you put your hand up to the version of that which you think best fits projects in Africa, and we can do a very quick survey in here. So I'll start with FIDIC, and I'm talking generally about all FIDIC. Who thinks FIDIC is best suited? Yeah, decent spread of people. Okay, let's go JBCC. Okay, almost no one. And NEC. Okay, so I think FIDIC is nudging it, but I think the bigger question there remains, how do we fix the problem of these forms being pushed down? I think I'm out of time for talking on this panel, but if anybody wants to have a quick observation, we could probably squeeze it in. I'm told no.
Thank you, Tom, for that. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Tom's panel. Before we let you go, Tom, and your panel, we'd just like to take a quick photo of your entire panel. John Mark, if you could make your way to the front so that we can take a photo of the panel. You can just come around. It's fine. And I really like how we got into the contracting and procurement issues in Africa, and I like the quick survey, the quick poll you took, whether FIDIC is the most appropriate tool to use. My key takeaways from this was the inherent danger in familiarity, that it is very critical for us to read the contracts that we're drafting, but also that although it looks like FIDIC, it doesn't always work like FIDIC. It reminded me of the expression, if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it is a duck, but in this case, I guess not, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of our 3 panels today. And I just want to thank you for your patience, for your understanding, and also just for your engagement throughout this entire session. At this point, allow me to call Ms. Tabitha Raure. I'll call them after Tabitha's speech. Yes. Allow me to call Ms. Tabitha Raure to give us her closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Ms. Tabitha Raure.
Hi, everyone. I'd like to give this vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would allow me to thank our Honorable Dr. Otiende Amolo, who came in the morning, the Vice Chair for FIDIC, Engineer James Mwangi, distinguished guests of the Kenyan Judiciary, including Honorable Retired Lady Justice Mary Angawa, Chairperson of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators, Kenya Branch, Mrs. Jacqueline Waihenya, together with her distinguished Board of Trustee members, our distinguished speakers and moderators, you, our guests and delegates, from across the continent and beyond. We have now marked the end of day one of the Africa Construction Law Conference 2024. I am sure that you will all agree with me that it's been a fantastic day so far. I hope that you will have some feedback, mostly positive, although don't hold back, which I invite you to share with the ACL team. It has indeed been a great day of exploring topics which have touched on financing for much needed infrastructure development in Africa and the role of construction law in enabling this, or rather in creating an enabling framework. We have looked ahead to discuss what we need to do as the lawyers, experts, consultants, practitioners, and professionals gathered here today to ensure effective dispute resolution in the future. And lastly, we've just had an in-detail discussion on some of the contracting issues that arise from time to time. So in the nature of conferences, ladies and gentlemen, it is my hope that these discussions will not end at the Hyatt, Nairobi. In reference to the engineer, Mr. James Mwangi's call of action, let us all see how the conversations we have had here today will enable us all to form strong partnerships among ourselves in order to secure the future that we want to see on the African continent. We still have day 2 tomorrow. Again, that promises to be another insightful and enriching day for further discussions. But at this point, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to formally adjourn this meeting. We do have a gala dinner this evening, and it will be in the same room. We will be kicking off at 6:30 p.m., and I hope that you will all be able to make it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tabitha, for those very warm closing remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the tail end of our event today. However, we would like to appreciate the panels that we had earlier. So if you know you were a panelist earlier, please make your way to the stage. We'd just like to acknowledge and appreciate you. That would be Amin Musa, Dr. Ng Sarag, Matthew Walker, Nicholas Kane, Sholabade Shabatun. We also had in session 2, we had Susan Rodray, Stefan Brill, Thomas King, Anthony Edwards, and Nyaga Kithinji. And last but not least, just the panel that we've just closed, we had Tom Smith, Dr. Melis Mani, Karim Ihab Ramses, Diogo Duerte de Campo, and Ogogo Makinde. If you know you are panelists with us, please just come to the stage. We'd like to appreciate all 3 panels at the same time. We shall be handing out a plaque to each and every single one of you, and this will be done by our directors from the Africa Construction Law. Please just come to the top of the stage. Don't be shy. Please, a round of applause as they come. Thank you. Please, let's not stop clapping till all of them come to the top. And if you're with us following online, please do not stop networking with your online participants. To hand out the gifts will be Director Ademole Bamboshe. He shall be the one that is giving out the gifts, and he shall be accompanied by his co-directors, Ms. Sekai Nyambo and Director Yolanda Walker. So the 3 directors of Africa Construction Law, please you could come to the front so that you can hand out the gifts. If we could receive some help from our ushers, please make your way to the front. Thank you. And we just want to appreciate each and every single panelist. I know it's huge. John Mark, if you could just come and take the photo, we shall be giving out the gifts one by one. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand and a hearty round of applause as each of our panelists receive their gifts. So, in order of how the panels appeared, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to just call each and every single one of them. From panel 1, we were being led by Mr. Amin Musa. A hand of applause for Amin Musa. Next person we also had on that same panel, Dr. Angie Sarag. She already has her gift with her, and she gave us a very good joke in the morning. We also had Matthew Walker. Please, let's appreciate Matthew Walker. Please come so that you can receive. You have it already? Great. Then we also have Nicholas Kane. Please, let's appreciate Mr. Nicholas Kane. And last but not least, we had Sholabade Shobetun. Please, Sholabade, come so that we can give you your gift. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Sholabade. From the second panel, which was being led by Suzanne Rattray. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for Miss Suzanne Rattray. Please come, Miss Susan, so we can give you your gifts.
Susan, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Oh, okay.
Come to the center, even better. On the same panel, we had Mr. Anthony Edwards. Mr. Anthony Edwards. We also had Mr. Stefan Brill. Stefan, thank you. A hand of applause for Stefan. We also had Thomas King. Thomas is already giving out the gifts. And last but not least, we had Nyaga Kithinji, who was very emphatic on ethics and matters integrity. And the panel that we just had right now, which was led by Tom Smith. A hand for Tom Smith. Another round of applause, please. We also had Diogo Duarte de Campo. A hand for Diogo, please. We are also joined by Dr. Melis Mani. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Dr. Melis Mani. We also had Karim Ihab Ramsis. Ladies and gentlemen, a hand for Karim. And last but certainly not least, as was recognized by our founding director, Mr. Martin, we have his supportive co-director, Ms. Ogogo Makinde. Now, all our panelists, if you will just come to the center. Please let's receive instructions from John Mark on how to take it. And our three directors, Sekai Nyambo, Yolanda Walker, and Ademola Baboshe, please join them as they take their photograph. John Mark, how do you want us to stand? Ladies forward one step, gentlemen close the gaps. Great. A round of applause for our panelists and the panelist chairs. Very welcome. And thank you, our delegates, for your indulgence and your patience. We really did endeavor to be done by 4 p.m. We are slightly overrun, however, I hope that the 5 minutes I've taken from you is acceptable. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our first day of the Africa Construction Law Conference. And I believe because you have stayed all the way through, you each deserve a round of applause. So a round of applause for each and every single one of you. That is fantastic. Now, if you're seated next to a Kenyan, they can teach you our 3-hand clap. That's how I would like us to appreciate ourselves. If you're seated next to a Kenyan, they will tell you what a 3-hand clap is. So, Kenyans, please do your thing. I expect each table to at least have some guidance from a member of this nation. So, for the benefit of those who don't have a Kenyan on the table, a 3-hand clap is simply 1, 2, 3, and then we do it 3 times, all right? That is something we were taught by one of our first presidents. It was actually done by the second. He's the one who popularized it. So let's go together. Ready your hands. Ready your hands. We need to appreciate one another. Let's go. Thank you. Funga. Fungua. Karibu Kenya. Thank you for your indulgence. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to encourage each and every single one of you to go freshen up, get ready. We are having a gala dinner this evening, starting at 6:30. So we are done with the formal part of our conference, but this is not the end. This is not the what? This is not the end. We are going to party in the evening, appreciate each other for the hard work that we've done. As we all say, all work and no play. Does it make Jack or Jane? Yeah? Jill. All right, makes Jill a dull girl and Jack a dull boy, isn't it? So please go get ready, freshen up. Let's meet back here at 6:30 for the gala dinner. Our theme is a fusion of elegance and African charm. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it, for you sticking through all the way. But this is day 1 of the conference. We still have day 2 tomorrow. So I hope that you shall be with us here bright and early, ready to start at 9 a.m. I have been your moderator for the day. My name is Karan Wishiri, and I look forward to seeing you all this evening. This is the end of ACL Conference 2024, day 1. Thank you.
As a member, you will receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources. Plus, outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join us in shaping the future of construction law in the construction industry in Africa. Stay informed and up to date with the latest practice and developments in construction across the continent with ACL initiatives. First, we would like to introduce to you the ACL blog. The ACL blog, an initiative of Africa Construction Law, provides a platform that highlights up-to-date trends in the market, generating interest and engagement in construction law. We encourage and accept articles on recent developments and current issues from professionals in the construction field, including lawyers and non-lawyers. We would also like to introduce the ACL Membership Initiative. At ACL, our members are at the heart of our objectives. We welcome both corporate and individual members from all sectors of the construction industry. Contractors, developers, project lenders, architects, engineers, and many more can benefit from ACL membership. As a member, you will receive benefits such as a listing in the online ACL directory of members, access to discounts on training administered by the ACL Training Academy, discounts on the ACL conferences, and free access to the ACL Review and other online resources, plus outstanding networking opportunities through ACL events and training. For more information about the ACL blog and membership benefits, please visit africaconstructionlaw.org. Join